done it all. You've broken every code. Appalled the rebel to the floor. You spoke the game, no matter what you say. But only metal, what a bore. Blue eyes, blue eyes. How can you tell so many lies? Come up and see me, make me smile. I'll do what you want, running wild. There's nothing left, all gone and run away. Maybe you'll tarry for a while. It's just a test, a game for us to play. Win or lose, it's hard to smile. Resist, resist. It's from yourself you have to hide. Oh, come up and see me to make me smile. I'll do what you want, run on and wild. There ain't no more. You've taken everything from my belief in Mother Earth. Can you ignore my faith in everything? 'Cause I know what faith is and what it's worth. Away, away. And don't say, maybe you'll try to come up and see me, to make me smile. I'll do what you want, just run on wild.
Hello, Alfred. How you doing?
I'm alright, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. I've got stabilisation training tonight.
Yep, I got Margot to confirm it, so definitely happening at 5.
That's great. So, is that just at the at here we all got to meet? Is it
Um, he hasn't decided on a location,
right?
but I'm assuming it's gonna either be here in town or at the windmill. I've telegrammed him, so he should telegram me back.
Ah, right. Okay. Well, I might
So
as
he's
well.
asking where, and I said, well, that's up to you ultimately, but here's where
Yeah,
we've done it in the past.
yeah. I'll go and clock on, and obviously if anything comes in, but I'll make sure I'm back here by what would that be? 4:30 was it to get here a little bit early?
Yeah, I get here a little bit early. I can telegram you where it's gonna be
Okay.
when I get the telegram from Margot.
Yeah. All right. That sounds good.
All right, sounds good.
Does the training take long? Do you know, Alfred?
No, it shouldn't take too long.
Right. I mean, I've pretty much been doing it anyway, but I suppose it's things like brakes and stuff like that I've not really encountered, so it'd be good to learn that.
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long.
Been trying to do it for quite a while now. Yeah, I won't be able to make the meeting tomorrow though.
Oh, you won't?
Nah, it's a bit too late for me. I went to the last one, which was really good.
There's going to be a document written up with everything that was covered.
Yeah, okay. This thing in the news, right, about a bald man with an eye patch.
I have no idea.
Ah, right. Sounds like the fella that I rescued Briggs from the other day. Although it wasn't an English Cockney accent, it was a Brummie accent. Because he's from like Birmingham. But it could be to someone different, but yeah. So what you been up to then recently? Anything?
Just been organising things mostly.
Right.
Trying to get those classes together.
Yeah.
I need to start holding those frontier training sessions.
All right. What, up at Coulter, or is it beyond that? I've never really been much further than the glacier.
Yeah, it's all the way up in the frontier past the glacier.
Oh, right.
Howdy.
Good evening. How are we all doing?
Hello there. How you doing?
Yeah, doing well. Just woke up. I had a very long sleep. So,
Right.
bit of a long night last night.
Fair enough. We don't have much come in, but if you guys want, we can maybe do a patrol at some point.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm happy with that. I've got the stabilization training tonight. I think that's at 5 p.m. local time.
5 p.m.
Yeah. I've got to do it too, so we can go together.
Oh, perfect. And a snow patrol, I think, tomorrow, depending on head count.
I think so.
Yeah, but I think depending on
That was on the
numbers, there is
13th.
one set up for next week as well.
Oh yeah, it is on the 13th, duh.
Yeah, I believe there's one set up on the 20th as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would enjoy that. They're good today, all the snow patrols. Quite scary in the whiteouts, but you'll be fine if you stay close.
Yeah, we went out into the snow the other day due to a mix-up between East and West Grizzlies. So we did spend quite a bit of time in the snow until we realised we got that one mixed up.
Happens.
It was a good learning experience though, being out there, so...
Yeah, the snow patrol will take you through all the main whiteouts. And then,
They're scary. I'll admit that straight away.
it's not that bad once you've done them a few times. And then my frontier training will take you up into the frontier and teach you how to get up and down the glacier. That's where it gets a bit difficult.
Yeah.
Which is why it's not required. But, it's not too bad.
When are you doing that then, Alfred? When's that training starting?
I just need to schedule it.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm trying to figure out, like, what's a good day to start scheduling them and...
Right, yeah.
What's a good time and...
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I might just end up doing them on request instead.
Yeah, get people to put their names down and the time, and it'll give you an idea then, won't it?
Hey, Cat.
Oh, Cat.
Howdy.
Hey there, Kat. How are you feeling?
Honestly, a lot better.
Oh, it's
Lot better.
very good to hear.
I was wondering if anyone was interested. I'd kind of like to try doing some border testing.
Okay.
What do you think,
Yeah.
Alfred?
Yeah, let's do it. Where do you want to test?
Honestly, wherever you think, wherever, I guess, where you need help with. You in Tibet?
I don't know how Tibet's approaching Big Valley, but I'm doing New Hanover, so I know how that's working.
Alright, we could do New Hanover then.
East Central Hanover, I had real trouble with trying to sort of work out exactly where that was, so that might be a
Yeah.
good one too.
I've got some of that done already, but I need to figure out the inside. What is it?
I mean, I
I need to brew some coffee, Jesus.
blimey, you need to wake up. Don't stick your face in the river for a couple of seconds.
I needed to be up early so that I could make sure that I'm in conversation with Margot about that class this evening.
Oh, right.
but
Are you
I got
literally staying up
used
for
to it
that,
up
are
this
you?
early, yeah.
Oh, blimey.
Oh. Yeah,
Wait,
Kat,
what are
we've got that stabilization training this evening.
Mm-hmm. You know, for that, you don't have to be there for it.
No, but he hadn't sent me a telegram back confirming the time.
Oh,
And so I needed to be
see.
awake a few hours before it so that I could double check and then also put it in the news if it wasn't happening so that people knew. And then now we're trying to
Okay.
confirm the location because he doesn't know where he wants to hold it. And so
Well,
I'm just going to be around until then. I'm just going to deal with it.
I put in for the stabilization and just for people to meet us here at the lodge, and then you can go to wherever. I can stick around for it as well. What time is it again? It's
5 p.m.
5. Yeah, I'll be here for it. So if you need to rest, I can.
No, I'm fine.
I can do that.
I'm fine.
In the future, what we'll do is, even if we're kind of planning things out, we can just say to them, just telegram Ranger with the time and day that you want or whatever, just so that they so that you're not stuck, just kind of waiting. Because that kind of, puts a lot of pressure on you then.
It's alright. I'm just gonna bring me a coffee and then we can do whatever we need to do.
Oh, you sound so tired.
Oh no!
Have a bit of chocolate as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
I've just put a supply of hay cubes in the crate if anyone needs
Oh, yeah, I'll top mine up, thank you. Do you have those, do you, Kat? They're really good. The hay cubes.
Yeah, they're wonderful.
Moonshadow loves them. And you can keep so many in your saddlebag. It's brilliant. It's better than just like having 5 apples.
Yeah, I tend to go out every few days and make a good batch of them, so I'll make sure the crate's always got some in there.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Hi.
Hello. How you doing?
Howdy.
Hello there.
Yeah,
We're
good.
gonna do some border testing if you want to come.
Fantastic. Yes, please.
I hate
Hello
to
there.
interrupt.
Should
I
I?
suppose I could sell any of you 18 bullets for $1 or 2. I just need to send a telegram.
How about I just give
I mean,
you
I
I
can
was
just
just about to say
lend you
you
some
can
money, yeah.
Everyone was about to give you $1.
Yep. Just throw some money. Yeah.
Just, please, God, I don't like owing people. Thank you.
Oh, you don't
That's
need to.
kind.
No owing
You
at
don't
all.
need to. Thank you.
Thanks much.
Alright.
Saw her in Blackwater earlier, just standing around.
Huh.
Do I need to clock out of being on duty for this, or should I stay on just in case?
I would say yes, we will clock off because we won't be responding to tips while it's happening.
Right, okay.
And we will I'll send a telegram to Law just letting them know that we'll be border testing in a certain area so that if they see any tips from that area, they don't come running
Yeah,
worried that
No.
someone's hurt.
yeah, okay. Sounds good.
This all sounds quite new to me. Am I okay to come along and observe?
Oh, of course. We'd love you to be a part of it.
Okay, shall I take myself off duty as well, or...?
You're okay.
Okay.
You're okay. We'll just put in the paperwork as a patrol so that anybody who wakes up, they see that you're with us and
Okay.
that you're not just lost somewhere.
Randomly riding around.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll send a tip to Ranger as well, let them know what we're doing in case people will read the paperwork anyway. Some people might not see the paperwork and then wonder what's going on.
So what area are we going to be, pretending?
We're gonna look over New Hanover. I'll try my best at doing some acting, and so I will fall down. You'll have to, maybe you could pretend to shoot me or something.
Right,
Wow.
okay.
Yeah, that will work.
Yep.
Kind of like this.
Oh, yeah.
Just be like,
Oh, that was
And then
very
I'll go.
fancy.
Fancy pants.
and I'll fall down.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We'll find a nice sort of dry bit of grass for you to lay on instead of like a muddy bit, eh?
And then I'll just
Stock up
stay
on some
really still
smelling
so
salts, I
that,
think.
so that locals think that, if anyone passes by, they'll think that I really was hurt. You'll all have to hide in bushes or something.
Yeah.
And then we'll
That
have
sounds
somebody.
very exciting.
Yeah, I've been actually meaning to sort of say,
And then you can just pick me up.
yeah, put you
You
over
can
my
pick me up
shoulder.
and kind of move me. Yeah, and then that way we don't have to go through, pretending. Because the local people that pass by, they might say, "Oh, why are you not helping that person up?"
Yeah.
But that way we only have to really use one medical bag.
Oh, okay.
Just pick me up and fling me over here. Just be gentle, but
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah, I've got 3 bags on me at the moment.
Oh.
Oh, I need to do something. I forgot about this.
So is there medical bags like kept here in the box then, is there?
Yep, there are some around here.
Oh, right. There medical bags in the box here, is there?
Yep.
I've been buying them. Oh, right. Oh, that's good to know. I say Flo's gone to Guelma today, or she's going later today.
Yeah, said she was spending a week out there, so
Yeah.
she's determined to track down the herbs and everything out there. So I've said that if either of us don't hear from her after the week,
Yeah, go out there looking for her.
we'll go out there and make sure she's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she'll be fine. She's seems to be quite a resourceful person these days. But
Yeah.
I've said telegram either of us as soon as she's back, and we can keep in touch then and
Yeah.
head out if we need to.
Yeah. Hopefully won't have to go. She'll be all right. It's just that,
I'm sure she will.
I think she had like a couple of falls out there as well. So
She did. So I think she went out there with
Dicky.
Siddiqui, didn't
Yeah,
she?
that's
Was it a
right, yeah.
festival?
yeah, they went without me, bloody cheek.
So yeah, hopefully she's remembered a good lay of the land now. So
Yeah.
I'm sure she'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, I expect that she's going to be a little bit more careful now, knowing that it's it's quite dangerous in places.
Most definitely. The good thing is, apart from the snakes, there's no real predators out there for her to be worrying about. So
Yeah. No,
yeah,
she's,
I'm sure it'll be okay.
she's really into her herb stuff at the moment, ain't she? Working at the shop, really enjoying it.
Yeah, we had a little trip out to Tall Trees. I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before. She just wanted to collect some of the mushrooms out there,
Oh, right, yeah.
which was good that she asked, because I keep saying that these places, please speak to Rodney or myself.
I know.
Do not. If you insist on going on your own, telegram one of us so at least
Yeah.
we know.
Yeah, well, I'll give her an escort, it's no
Exactly,
problem.
yeah, and I'd be happy to do the same.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't even got a long arm, has she? She's just got like that Schofield bought her, so she comes
Yeah.
across a grizzly, they ain't really going to do a lot, is it?
Not at all. Should be stood on a rock for quite some time reloading
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, we're out south Tall Trees yesterday. Someone came across a bear and came unstuck.
Well,
We
yeah.
pumped some shots into that bear before it went down.
Right. Well, I went there with Kat a little while ago, and there's 3 grizzlies in one area all at the same time. So you got to be really careful if lot 3 turn up.
Oh, jeez, that would be terrifying.
Yeah, 1's bad enough, right? And then 2, and then you think, blimey, and then 3 turn up.
Yeah,
It's quite scary.
Honestly, we were pumping bullet after bullet into it, and it just would not go down. Eventually, it did. We took the gentleman over to Blackwater. But,
Right.
Yeah, it was a determined bear. I'll put it that way.
Right.
Oh, just to let you know as well. Apparently there was somebody earlier that got treated by a ranger, and they use lavender water on them, which is honestly common practice. The medics do the same thing, and that's what they taught us to do. But apparently, the person had a lavender allergy.
Really?
So from
shit.
now on,
Oh,
what
my.
we're gonna do? Yep. So what we're gonna do is just use normal water,
Right.
and
Yeah,
if we
okay.
know that the person can. If they're not allergic to lavender water, then we can use that and get the extra properties that are helpful.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we're just going to use
Done.
normal water.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, it's okay to
Yep.
have lavender water on you. It's just if we'll just go with normal water as a default choice, and then
Yep.
if we can use lavender water, we will.
I mean,
Just because.
I've never used lavender water because I don't know where to get it, so I've just used ordinary like water.
Oh, that's perfect then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where would I get lavender water from? Not medical medical
I mean,
office.
Yeah, I mean you can buy it, or you can make it. It's
Right.
just infusing lavender into water.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And
But
what's
yeah,
that?
we'll
that,
just
that,
do that.
that stuff that stings. What's that stuff?
Iodine.
Iodine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get that
So
from the
that's
doctor.
yep. So lavadine. We would never be putting iodine on anything anyway.
Right. Okay.
But what we could use is lavadine sometimes, but that's only, again, if the person's not allergic to iodine or to
Yeah.
lavender water. So we'll
Right.
have to ask. And also, we would want to only be using that in the case of cougar attacks or big cat attacks, because their claws and their teeth are so dirty
Right. Yeah.
compared to things like wolves and whatnot.
Yeah.
That said, though, I think it's best if we just by default just use fresh water.
Yeah. Just
And,
patch him up. Get him
yeah,
to
we
a
just
doctor.
avoid, and the doctors will be able to do the rest.
Yeah.
Okay, understood.
So yeah, what we'll do is also for recruits, we never ever are gonna ask you to work on somebody to stabilize them. You'll be going to stabilization classes before that happens, and you would be in the green before that happens. But
Okay.
if we do ask you to do anything, it would mostly be making sure your hands are clean and maybe holding pressure on something if we had, let's say, multiple down and we're trying to stabilize people to get them to the medics.
Okay.
So that would be a situation, but we will direct you on everything that you would need to do.
That's fine. Yeah, I take 2 flasks with me. I one to wash myself and one for other purposes. But I do have my stabilization class today, so
Perfect. That's
get a better
wonderful.
understanding of what we need to do.
Wonderful. And after your class, I have a book which over everything that you need to know for stabilization. And
great.
so I will give that to you. And oh, Rodney, have you not got it? I thought
No.
I gave it to you.
No.
What?
I've got I've got my
Rodney.
stabilising training like today.
Oh, Rodney, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Oh God, I thought that I gave it to you.
No, I mean, I just literally
Oh.
watched the other rangers as they worked and saw what they did, and then just really just did the same. And thought I bet I wouldn't tell anybody.
Did you
Yeah,
not
if I-
see it in the ranger library?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't think to look in there, to be honest. I
Oh,
just
okay. Let me get you both a copy since you'll be doing your stabilization
Oh,
course
okay.
today as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
It will just be to help you remember things. It's
Yeah.
not an alternative to the class. It's just an aid.
Yeah, no, that's
So
perfect.
I'll get that for you.
Yeah, thanks very
There's
much.
a bit of extra work as well. I've been putting a book together with regards to all the herbs, locations, side effects, and so forth for my own
Oh, perfect.
my own use and bit of knowledge.
Well, if you ever feel like doing some classes, I'll be holding herbalism classes. That's actually my specialty.
Oh, most
So,
definitely. I would be
Um,
very interested in that.
I'm actually working on a map right now of all of the known herbs in the crossing. So far, I've got 38 herbs. I believe it's 38 herbs. And I have pretty much all of their locations mapped. I'm just going back and rechecking everything to see if I found any new bushels.
Yeah,
But,
the way I've done it at the moment is I've listed them by area, known locations. I think I'm up to about 28 at the moment, and known side effects from eating them rather than picking them. And
Yep, just make sure that you always have local doctors nearby if you're ever testing anything that you're unsure of, because there are a few that are poisonous.
yeah, they were tested by mistake, trust me. And Indian tobacco I will never eat again.
Oh, yeah.
I was throwing up for hours.
Have a book that goes through everything that I know of. I think, let me just check how many herbs I actually know.
I didn't realise there was so many in the crossing.
We
Oh,
couldn't
there's a
find
lot.
Ram's head in your Ugo.
You can, it's not in the guide?
I don't think so.
Oh, it should be. I know
Ram's
where
Head
it
up
is
near
and what it
Brandy
does.
Wine.
Brandywine Drop, yep. I think I must have just left that out by accident then. Because I have it written up in my guide. Maybe I
Always
just
fun
forgot to
collecting
put it
them
in
with the cougars
the
around.
cougar, yeah. And let's see, I will make an amendment to that because I have it written. I must have just forgot to put that section in. Let me get this for you one moment. Alright, that's Silas, right?
That's correct.
Alright, here you go. There's your copy. And there's your copy here, Rodney.
Thanks very much.
Alright.
Thank you very much.
So it goes through the most common injuries that we see, how to deal with them. The medics will show you in the class how to perform those things because it's very different reading it versus actually watching it happen. But this is just a guide to aid you. It is not an alternative to the class. It is just an aid to help with the, remembering what is said in the class. That's all.
Oh, it's much appreciated.
So, as for the herbs, I'm just gonna quickly write in Ram's Head because I want to make sure it's fully complete and I have it here.
go and put this on Moon Shadow, keep it safe, I think. Thanks
Yeah,
very
I'll add
much,
that
Kat.
into my folder document.
There you go. Do you like something to eat, Moon Shadow? I'm gonna go for a ride soon.
Hi, Alfred.
Oh, nothing.
How you doing?
I'm alright. Bit tired, but I'm alright. How you doing?
Oh, okay.
I just had a rough night last night, though. I went on a session rescue
Yeah.
out in Spider Gorge, they to find me.
I think someone might have changed this.
Oh, I did read that paperwork. Yeah. Yeah.
There's Wisteria is also missing. That was
Is
definitely
Wintergreen on
in
there?
there. I don't think so. This is this is really
happened?
weird. What is going on? There's like a lot of them missing here that should be here. I'm gonna
What's them?
I
What's
think
missing?
maybe somebody changed some of the guide that I wrote up.
Oh.
Because there's like 3 or 4 things missing here. I'm kind of confused. Also the haha, okay. I'm gonna go through this, and there's a few things that are different in this. I think maybe somebody might have been reading it and maybe accidentally torn a page out, possibly.
Oh no.
Okay, it's okay. I have a copy, so I can just make a quick adjustment to it. Yep, I'll go through later because it's gonna take a while, so I'll go through and make sure that I have all of them. I'll make a note of that. Herbs.
38. Shit.
Yeah, I've just counted them up to, in my book, 30 at the moment.
Right. I am going to. I feel like there may be one more, or else I'm just making up things. But I hope that I want more. I just want to find more herbs, honestly. So maybe I'm just wishful thinking.
Gone herb crazy.
Well, any of the days you want to go out herb hunting, I'll be more than happy to come along on those days and learn more.
Yep, I'm actually going to be doing a bit of that Sunday, and also Tuesday, I think. And I'll put it up in a telegram to anyone interested. But
Most
yeah.
definitely.
Nadia.
Be doing a bit of mapping as well. All right, so. Oh.
Bless you. Bless you.
Are they both
Fucking
really tired?
scum on the head.
There we go.
How did that not hurt? Shit. So,
It's different.
Let's get
get cracking.
Yep.
What's different? What?
All right, let's write up some paperwork for this.
What'd you do?
You know what I did.
I say you went.
Yeah,
How was it? How was it?
fantastic.
That's
So
great.
great.
Who'd you go with?
How?
Did Brocon and what will go? Aww. Well, that's good. I'm gonna go for the good time.
What's going on with Aramis? I heard let's get cracking.
Oh my god, so much. You missed so much.
Oh,
You missed the
Mad
thing,
days.
and stuff,
Up.
and then the other stuff happened.
up you get. Your neck doesn't look good like that.
No, not at
That's
all.
it. Look at your face. It's all muddy. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yes, they did a
cleanse.
mud
No,
bath.
look at me.
Yeah, I've heard that's good for the skin.
That's awful.
Look at me for a
Please
sec.
go
Come
watch
here.
that off.
Nathan's in the video.
Look at me.
First.
Look at me.
Look at my Nadia.
Menace. You
What?
look a mood.
Look at
Look a
mine.
mood.
Look at mine.
Listen, absolutely nothing can bring my mood down right now. So
Wait, take your hat off for a sec.
Let's see, New Hanover.
my hat.
Yeah. Just.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my days.
Yeah, you might have to wash your hair as well.
Yeah, you need a,
She's just jumped straight in the river.
No, not again. Nadia!
Be careful.
Nadia! You're not allowed to.
Oh my god, she's under. Oh, she's out, thank God.
Didn't even wash it off. Go upstream.
You just wet.
To
You-
where it's shallow. And go do a thing.
That's it.
Jesus.
It's off now.
No, it's not. She's still muddy as shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check my
Go and have a bath. Be warmer. Crazy lady.
So, okay, you want to do border testing?
Yeah.
Yes.
I will ride up to the trolley.
Oh, I'm already on it. I just will need everybody's name who's coming along. So we've got me,
We really
Nathan,
only need.
Alfred.
We really only need 2, and then want to watch the 2 one.
Yeah, but for
We-
those
we'll
of us who
bring a
haven't
few
done
people.
it yet and
Yeah,
would like to
just,
see it done, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to go. Don't leave me
Okay.
behind.
I just don't want to take
Yay.
everyone who could be responding to tips off.
Well, I can always, check the tip line for getting near one. Like, perhaps at Emerald or something. And I can always join it. It's not a problem. I don't want to miss my stabilisation training.
Yeah, I think we've got just over an hour before that's due to start, haven't we?
Yep.
What I was struggling with was what's like the radius around like Van Horn. You know, how far does that travel out in the Van Horn
Well,
area?
there's the for specific areas like towns. It's the natural border of the town. So if you actually take a look at your map, there will be
Like a faint little line
a
around it.
line around. Yep. So that will be the same for Annesburg, same for
Ah.
Strawberry. Anything like that. Even Emerald Ranch has kind of borders around it on the map, so that will be the natural border of that area.
Right.
Yeah, Kelt is the only one that doesn't have one.
Yeah.
So East Central Hanover, that would be right on the borders of Van Horn then, would it?
If that's not within the border.
Or would that be still like classed as Roanoke? I don't know.
I think if it's south of Van Horn, it's southeast New Hanover. If it's north, then it's south Roanoke. And if it's north of Annesburg, then it's north Roanoke.
Okay, right, yeah, I see. So like the river is like a natural border then, is it?
It's not the river, there's a border next to it on the west of the river.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Alright, so we've got me, Nathan, Silas, Rodney, Alfred. Alright, who is going to stay and check the tip line? I can also do that if need be.
Stay in check.
Wait, who
I
said
know
that?
you.
Sorry, Mike.
Not in my own as well.
Murray.
What?
Oh, Murray, of course. Okay, are you sure?
I need to say
I don't
Strawberry.
mind staying back too.
Waiting for Thomas.
Alright, perfect.
I
Then
did see
we'll-
him in the telegram office.
Well, he just told me he's in Valentine for an interview, and then he'll come back to Strawberry.
Well, shit. Okay.
I ain't fixing to run back and forth across the state.
Alright, so everyone who's coming along then, let's get ready.
I'm gonna go
Let's
send a
just
telegram.
Yep, perfect, okay. That's perfect. You're telegramming along.
He's so tired. He's so tired and grumpy. Grumpy.
I reckon you'll be leading us out there. So,
I'm sure.
goes without saying, doesn't it? So it was quite nice when I was a recruit because there was a few of us. So, you know, it was potluck then.
Yeah, I'll just stay here, keep quiet until they shout me up.
Yeah, Cat might just do
You're
it
all
anyway.
beautiful, and I love you all. Also, 3 of us have the same horse. And I think that's beautiful.
You look after yourself, Nadia. See you when we get back. Oh, you're coming, are you? Oh, I thought Nadia was coming. She got on his horse.
I adore you.
I might. Would it be alright if I sit with you on this one? Usually we don't double up on horses.
Yeah, of course it is.
since,
Jump on.
But since it's just a patrol, I think I will.
Yeah,
I'm still having some trouble with being on horseback
yeah,
alone.
yeah.
I think
Moonshadow's
that'll
got.
make us all feel a bit better as well.
Yeah, Moonshadow's got quite a nice cushiony rump anyway.
Yeah, I think that will definitely help.
Right, are we all in the together
Just
then?
yep, just waiting for Alfred.
Oh right, oh you're sending a telegram, isn't he?
Yep.
Are you feeling better, or your cat?
Much, much better.
That's good.
I'm still waiting on stitches to come out, but
Yeah.
I can sit on a horse and I can ride it. I'm just not as confident. I thought I was okay, but I think I did notice myself getting a bit woozy yesterday, so I said, okay, I better
Yeah.
give it a bit more time.
Yeah.
So I've just been trying to take it easy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I feel like tomorrow I will be good to go again and
Oh,
do
right.
the snow patrol.
Oh, that's good.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna get my stitches out today.
Yeah, I won't be able to make it for the meeting tomorrow because it's a bit late for me.
That's okay.
But I'm hoping like the next sort of project in out west.
New Austin?
In,
Yeah.
in Armadillo out that way. Hopefully that'll be a good time, and then I'll be able to come on that.
Yeah, I'm hoping for probably an early time similar to the Coulter one.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Probably about the same time, yeah.
Yeah.
That's my hope.
Because I've got to bring my hammer and my saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think I'm going to start putting some people on tasks of doing some convoys later at night as well for the people who aren't typically around at these times so that nobody is missing out.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes.
Well, that's nice. Then everyone gets involved, don't they, in their own way.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's the plan.
You ever been on Moonshade? I don't think you have you?
Mm-mm. Very cute horse, though.
Yeah, I like his mane. I like the different like stripes in it.
Me too.
Do you know he's never ever kicked me?
Mm.
I think that's because I like feed him and pat him and brush him all the time.
Alright. Oh. So let's see, we'll check and see where Alfred wants us to head. Shall we head up to Emerald Tower first, or where? And then we'll have our recruit Silas take us out that way. Silas, has anyone gone over the rules of engagement with you yet?
As in,
When people ride up on you like another gang.
no.
So what we'll do is I'll quickly go over that with you. So rules of engagement, what that means is when we're out on patrols, search and rescues, it doesn't matter. Anytime we're riding out with, you're with us. I'm not saying anything will happen, but in the event that anything did happen, such as people riding up on us with guns drawn, or people come up on us and they are getting aggressive, the most senior ranger at that point is going to take the lead. They are going to negotiate for your safety and for the safety of others. So they are going to make sure that the recruits are leaving the situation. That's what they're going to be working on. So let's say, for example, if people rode up on us, I would take control of the situation. I would tell them, look, if you're looking for money or weapons, I have some. You need to let the recruits go. They've got nothing to do with it, what have you.
Okay.
So if I ask you to leave town, or sorry, not to leave town, to return to town, if any ranger asks you to leave the area, what they're telling you to do is to go to the closest town or telegram office where it is safe to do so, and to send a telegram to Law and also one to Ranger. And you're first going to send it to Law. You're going to let them know what happened, who you were with, or, how many people rode up, or anything that you can remember, anything that you think is helpful.
Yes.
You let them know where we are. At that point, your job is to stay in the area. Do not ride back out to try and find us. You stay in the town where it's safe, and another ranger will come to get you, or, the law may ask you to bring you out and you show them where it was. That's fine, as long as you're with the law. And if the law asks you to leave, you do the same thing. You go back to town and you wait. All right?
That's understood. Yes, makes perfect sense.
All right, perfect. So that's just rules of engagement. So yeah, we'll most likely say, Solace, would you ride back to town? That again is telling you please send a telegram as well, because that is essentially our hope line. Then you're our hope to get the law to help us.
Law first, Ranger second.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Oh, howdy. I think it's gonna be Western New Hanover as well as maybe some of the Heartlands. We're gonna be kind of all over the place, to be honest. That's why I didn't specify. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. If you want to come, you can. Show you how it works.
I'll just quickly say hello to Bear.
Okay.
If you'd like us to wait, you can just be quick. I still need to kind of plan it out, so I can take a few minutes to plan it before we leave.
We can add you to Facebook if you like. Let's just clear the road. Sounds like there's a lot of riders coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're coming in the other side. Alright, that's Law. Yep.
Eddie.
Did any banditos come around this way?
I don't think so.
Nope. We've
Brilliant.
been here, but we haven't seen anything.
Okay, no one passed through here to go to the stables?
No.
Not right by us. They may have taken the higher bridge, but we didn't see anybody personally.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Come on, this way.
Party, I forgot the invite.
G'day, Deputy Stone.
Hello, Stone.
How do you get
How we all
stuff?
doing?
All right. How are you?
Yeah, I'm having one of them days.
Oh.
You try and take one fucking day off and everything fucking happens. Other than that, I'm alright, golden.
Yep. Well,
We're doing some sort of testing thing, I saw. There, right.
Yeah,
Explain we're doing.
we're testing our tip line. We're going out and playing dead and seeing where people were bought. People have been injured.
Beautiful.
And New Hanover's a pretty shaky place when it comes to locals describing it for us. If we get an idea of what they see, and we can more effectively find people that may be out there.
Beautiful. For those of you who may not be aware, I've been talking with Buzz about making an exchange of maps. I've got a very detailed one of the city down in Saint Denis, which folks might not be as familiar with. I was hoping to glean your knowledge of search and rescue and turn it into the same thing. Map for yours and new trainees, and similarly for the department.
Could always have a use for more information. Appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Well, hopefully I'll get a little peace and quiet up here.
It's usually quiet. Keyword usually.
I'll be staying in Townstone, so that's not likely.
Oh, I seem to be cursed today, so yeah.
Have you seen Nadia's raccoon?
Oh God.
Oh, hang on. Is this the one earlier?
Please don't kill it.
I won't kill it.
No,
It needs to be put down. It's got rabies.
Do not.
No, it
I
doesn't.
swear to Christ, if you
It
put
tried
this
to
down,
bite
I will
me.
end you.
Is it that one from earlier?
It ran into the telegram office to try and bite me. It's got rabies.
I saw that one. It's very cute. It doesn't look like it has rabies. But we will find out. We'll do our night classes and we'll find out if it really does. We'll
Unless I
treat it.
sect it.
We won't kill it.
I mean, I know how to test for it. Just got to chuck it off the bridge into the river, and if it starts freaking out, it's got rabies.
This is the biggest water testing route ever. Alright.
A special occasion.
Silas, can you do me a favor and lead us to Flat Neck?
Flat neck, did you say?
Yep.
Be safe, please, y'all.
And you.
We'll try.
Always.
Yeah, good luck, all.
Okay, I guess.
Oh, right. How many riders have we got here? Is it 6? How many riders is it? 6 we've got?
Yeah, 6.
Okay, yeah, so it's 1, 2, 2, 1.
Okay.
Alright.
Head out of town slowly and we'll take the first ride.
Alright.
Heard that?
I'll take the rear.
Okay,
Pick it up.
Picking it up.
right.
Taking a right.
Alright.
Going left.
Taking a left.
Going left.
Going left.
Taking left. Rider coming.
Rider ahead.
Going right.
Taking the right.
Going left.
Taking the left. Taking the right. Rider.
Rider.
Alright, we'll slow and stopping.
Slowing down to a stop.
Okay, so how we're going to do it is I've got 3 places I want to start. I'm going to have one person watching over someone and one person playing dead at each spot. I need the person who's watching over the person to check their pocket watch and tell me exactly what time you see a rider pass by and maybe send in a tip. Sound alright?
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
I can play dead, I guess, since I won't be able to do too much riding around yet. If that works.
Yeah, let's
I mean, I'm okay with it.
let's see, let's do Baron, Cat, let's have Deuce and Silas, and then Rodney and Nathan. And then between the two, or between those groups, you can decide who's going to do what. Let's head to the first spot. I'll lead us out.
Alright.
Sure.
So 1, 2, 2, 1.
Yep.
1, 2, 2, 1.
2, 1.
1, 2, 2, 1.
Rider on the left.
Right up.
That's Johnny.
Lord, my friend.
Riding us. Good job.
Way left. Straight on, man.
Alright, let's slow up and stop.
Slowing to a stop.
Let's have one group. I need the person to play dead right where I'm going to stand.
I didn't hear any of that, sorry.
He said he wants one person to play dead right where he stands.
Righto.
Let us go. Ready. Ready, probably better plan.
Christ, hope.
Are we doing this one here, are we, Nathan?
Yeah, I don't mind doing it. We'll have a nice little lie down in the sun. Right?
Yep.
Oh no! There are wolves!
Just like I showed you before, Rodney.
What was that, Cat?
Oh no. Oh, the
Oh, no.
wolves.
So, Rodney, it's your job to make sure he's safe. We're not going to be too far. If you
Okay.
need something, start bush calling like crazy.
Okay. Just got to keep an eye out for a local then passing by.
All right. Remember to keep time in your pocket watch.
Yeah.
Let's have the next group. Let's go.
Alright.
Going up this way.
Just make sure you're not too close to me because the locals won't come over if they think I'm already being
Yeah.
held.
I'll hide in this bush. Like that. I'll take my hat off.
Okay. Yeah.
Although
I'm glad I
my-
picked a nice little comfy grass spot. That's good.
Yeah. Although my hair
Right.
is like spun gold, isn't it? Perhaps I'll put my hat back on.
I'll let you know if you need to go any further. Okay.
I'll lay down in the bush. That's even better.
Okay. Okay.
Tell me when you can see a local coming past.
Yep. Yep.
Is it nice being back in the Rangers, Nathan?
Yes, mate. It's feels like coming home. It's good.
Yeah. I'm glad you come back.
Thank you, mate. Means a lot.
So why did you leave in the first place then? Was it not too much paperwork or something?
No, I got caught up in something I shouldn't have and made a big mistake, and I did 70 days for it.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah, it was a very big mistake. I thought I was going to meet with someone who had hurt me in the past to get answers, but I had two other people that were coming to the meeting as well, and that turned into watching them kidnap him, and ultimately they killed him.
Oh my God.
But because I was there, it was seen as being involved. I had no idea, but it is what it is.
Doesn't seem very fair.
I mean, it isn't, but it is. Like, I don't disagree with the punishment. It was right. I sent a telegram in, but because I was so frightened and in disbelief, I didn't put my name on it, so that looks like I was trying to hide my identity and yeah.
Right, I'm with you. Yeah.
So I just made some silly mistakes, and that's what happened.
So I suppose if you'd been a lot more honest about what happened than that, then perhaps it, you know, you might not have got like the
Yeah.
sentencing.
If I'd remembered to put my name on it, I wouldn't have got aiding and abetting. Yeah.
Right. Because you're
It's just
such a smashing
silly
fella.
mistakes.
You know, I can't believe you being like associated with ruffians.
No, it wasn't ruffians. It's,
Right. They're the worst, aren't they, ruffians?
it was yeah. We the man I was going to meet was someone who kidnapped and tortured me last year.
Right.
And sometimes you get so desperate for answers, you'll do anything, even meet up with the man who did that to you. So
Yeah.
that's what I
I'd probably
thought I
want
was,
to, fuck him up.
getting
Pardon my
into.
potty mouth.
Yeah, well, the other two that I was with were that way inclined.
Right.
Yeah. It's more complicated than that, but that's pretty much the
You guys doing alright?
the short version of it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing all right.
Yeah.
I'm hiding in the bush, look, so the
waiting.
local don't see me.
I'm just having a conversation with the shrub. I'm good.
Yeah. I'm just here. Don't tread on me while I follow Mule.
Okay.
Alright.
See, we're not too far.
In the
You can see
distance,
everyone's
but
horses, so.
I think if you two move away just a smidge, I reckon that local's gonna pop over.
Alright, ready.
Alright.
Is that far enough over here?
No, keep going.
Can you hear me?
Alright, there you are.
Yeah.
You can go back now.
Okay. Shall I
Don't help with his feet.
don't help him up?
Nope.
Okay. I'll get back in my bush. Did the local see you?
Yeah, that's all sorted.
Right. Sorry, carry on. So you went to, because of this fella that like robbed you, right? That's what then Alfred turned up.
No, he didn't rob me. He kidnapped and tortured a whole lot of people, but
Oh,
that was
right.
the first one.
Oh, bloody hell. Who was it then?
Yeah. A man named Mason James.
I've not heard of him.
No, I'm sure there's old paperwork in the files there if you want to read
Yeah.
up on him.
I mean, I've like, heard of like people like Jack Kettleman and the Wallaby Kid. And obviously Edgar is a fucking arsehole. Pardon my potty mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But that's good to have you back.
All right. Thanks, mate. You get me up on my feet now, please.
Alfred said I shouldn't.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh, no. Give me... Help me out.
All right.
He's being a... Oh, maybe because we're going to be doing other testing spots?
Yeah, he's over there, I think. No, that's not, is that?
Yeah, they're over there, aren't they?
Yeah, I better not get you up. I don't want to get in trouble. I would like to get you up, obviously. You know, I mean, you do look fairly comfortable down there.
I'm pretty comfy in the sun, yeah.
Yeah, you found a nice little sort of grassy spot. Yeah, when I saved this deputy the other day, when she was down an alleyway. Did I tell you this? I can't remember if I did or not.
I don't think so.
Joanna Briggs. Have you met her? She's a really nice lady. Deputy Briggs.
Maybe. Doesn't ring a bell.
Anyway, so I was in St Denis, you know, doing a search and rescue, and she'd fallen off a roof. And she was up the alleyway next to the doctor's office. So anyway, I was sort of like helping her up, and you know, she was telling me it was like pigeons and all that, you know. But you know, she was actually like treasure hunting up there, looking for one of Peter Rockwell's clues. And then when I got her up, I turned around, there's a fella standing there, and I sort of saw like the colour drain out of her face, and it was some fella called Haynes or something, some brummy fella, and he was the one that robbed me, right? And so obviously this is like the first time me like seeing him since he took my navy, and Dickie Schofield and his father's pipe, which Dickie was really upset about.
Right.
And
shit, yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, and anyway, so you know, I was sort of like saying, yeah, do you remember me? Because he was saying, oh, are you a ranger? I was like, yeah, I'm a ranger, and I was obviously having to try and be polite and professional. And I was like, yeah, do you remember me? And walked right up to him and said, I'm the fella you stole the Navy revolver from. And he was like, oh, no, that wasn't me. That was probably my sister. And I was like, yeah, twins, is that right? And And he was like, yeah, we were the twins, yeah. And I turned around to the deputy and I said to her, this is a fella that stole my navy. And, but Alfred's
Okay,
coming
help him
back.
out.
Okay.
Thank you.
After this, I'm just gonna take one other person out. It's too confusing trying to do it. This many people.
Right.
To be honest, Matt, I thought we were gonna do it one at a time.
Well, what the fuck is the point of having 5 people standing around someone who's laying on the ground? Is the only thing.
Well, I've got my stabilisation training, and so has Silas. So I suppose we could go back to Strawberry, because I think it starts in about.
Hours.
Oh, I thought it starts in half hour.
Does it?
5
Oh
p.m.
shit! Then I need to
5
be
p.m.
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Then yeah, we're gonna take a break from this.
We could do it after the stabilisation training.
Yeah, we could. I'll figure it out. I wasn't. Jesus.
You're tired, aren't you? You need to get some sleep as well.
Oh no! I slept. I slept plenty. I was just up earlier than I'm usually
Ah, right.
awake. So I'm just off my sleep schedule as well.
Brain's a bit fuzzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time.
Yeah, we'll make our way back to Strawberry, and then I might take someone out after. But at least you got to see how it's done.
Yeah.
I've got another map that I'm kind of writing on, where I want to test these, and then I'm writing the times.
Yeah.
And then we'll go back when we get to Strawberry and mark them, cross-reference it, and then use that to help with the map.
Yeah, good idea. I mean, it's key, isn't it, to our job, is knowing exactly where the borders are. So
or at least close enough.
Yeah.
A good idea, at least.
Yeah. Right. Nearly there, Nathan. Ready? 3, 2, 1, up you get.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'll just finish my story. So, and I just said to him, right, excuse me, out the way. I've got people to help and people to save. And he sort of like shifted out of the way. And as I walked past him, and I turned back and said, Briggs, can you come with me? Because I need you to help me with something. And she was, honestly, she looked terrified. I think there's probably like a bit of history or something between them. Like, I think, he might have robbed her or hurt her or something. And,
right.
Yeah, I got on the back of Moonshadow and got her out of there. But yeah, he's a right nasty bastard, pardon my potty mouth. So I was glad I could sort of be there for her.
You said he had a Brummy accent?
Yeah, a Brummy accent.
Was he bald by any chance?
Yeah,
with an
bald
eye patch?
and an eye patch. Yeah, it's in the news, like on the Ranger news, saying it's a Cockney accent. But if that's the fella I'm thinking of, then it'd be a Brummy accent. And he rides.
Right. Yeah, I can never tell. I can honestly never tell the difference.
He rides a black horse with, I think, with like definitely got like a silver tail. I'm not sure if it's a silver mane or a black mane, but
if it's the same guy as the guy I bumped into yesterday.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah, he's an arsehole.
What's his name? Haynes.
Haynes, yeah.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I did have a little word with Stone about it, because when I got back to the office, I wanted to make sure she was all right, because it seemed like he was probably like intimidating her, and I sort of walked out,
right,
and walked up, got on my horse, rode up the road, and I thought, no, I can't let this go, because I was just worried about her, so I went back, and Stone was there, and I've sort of chatted to Stone a few times, and I just called him out, and we just went and had a chat, and I just said, look, I'm just worried about her, that this fella is going to come after her or something. There's some sort of history. So he said he's going to look into it discreetly.
Yeah, fair enough. Sure.
Yeah.
No, I like Stone. Stone's a good one.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah. I think he's been at the crossing quite a while.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah. First time I met him, he was in the gun shop in Saint Denis when I was getting my navy, the one that actually got stolen when I was getting that.
Oh shit!
Yeah, getting it etched. Yeah.
Alright, let's go home.
Okay.
Righto.
We'll
Unless
be
you'd like to
trailing
move
behind
or
you.
something.
Yeah, we'll take up the rear, but we'll be a little bit further back than usual. We'll still be in earshot of any calls.
Good.
Okay, head forward onto the road.
Okay, I guess this is kind of Valentine. Alright. On Silas.
What was that, sorry?
I said on Silas.
Oh, right. I
Yeah.
thought you was asking me something. Apologies.
No.
Okay, we'll get back onto the road.
Looks like it's going to rain again.
Follow now to the left.
Catching the road.
Yeah.
Take it right.
Taking the right.
Off the tracks.
Across the tracks.
Take it right.
Taking the right.
Take it left.
Taking the left.
Take it right over the river.
Right over the river.
Alright.
Take it left.
Down left.
Taking the left.
Wagon
Watch out
ahead.
for the wagon.
Wagon ahead.
Rider ahead.
Rider ahead.
Taking it right.
Taking the right.
Taking it right.
Taking the right.
Slowing down for town.
Slowing up for town.
Slowing up for town.
Slowing down.
Who wants to go bear hunting? Someone stuck at Wallace with a bear attacking him.
I want to go bear hunting.
Go. Tell Nathan you're going.
Come with me.
Okay.
I'll take Silas with me, Alfred.
Saddling up.
Sign me up. I don't care. I want to shoot something.
What's the rush?
Sorry.
Oh, it's all of us.
I think Bear just told me off for going too fast.
What? Yeah, that's
Because we all flew out of the town.
yeah. I don't want anyone getting overexcited. Watch your line of fire, please.
Yes, also,
Yeah.
be aware that there's a couple of folks riding out robbing people. This could be a honey trap.
Well, there's plenty of us to deal with them ruffians.
I just spoke to Deputy Magnus.
Oh, Christ.
Slow. Stop.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'll coordinate them.
Go.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh.
Jump a little.
Come on, horse, turn.
Are you alright, Nathan?
Yeah. Do the old tuck and roll.
Watch this bridge.
Right, single file.
Ryder.
Rider.
Cutting across. Taking a left.
Taking a left.
Bare-sided.
Oh, there he is.
Alright, I've left my first shot. I apologize. I'm a little high.
Hello there. How you doing? You okay? Hi. You're okay. It's gone now. Oh. Just glad it doesn't know how to use door handles.
The cavalry has arrived. You're perfectly
Well,
safe.
I am getting sick of coming out and helping you.
I'm sorry.
Look
How
at
you doing, Lil? Are you okay?
That is
Oh, g'day, Stone.
You alright, are you?
I'm okay. Thank you so much. Thank
so
you.
I'm
Thank you.
surprised there's
It's
anything
alright.
left of that bear, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw you
Oh,
moving
Lil, how you
fast.
doing? You okay?
Uh-huh.
I'll check you.
I'm okay.
There's a fucking firing squad.
Okay, grumpy bastard.
Good.
Might get a few quid for the pelt. After all the bullet holes in it.
staying out here, Lily? Or have you got your horse? So,
Yeah, he's not back.
okay.
You guys are heroes.
Well, you stay safe, Lily, and we need to stop bumping into each other like this.
Make it dangerous situations.
It's not on purpose.
Oh, I'm tired now. Oh, yeah, good.
Well, that
That's got to be one of the quickest I've ever been on.
That's how it caused my evil laugh.
It was something, that's for sure.
Damn, I should have grabbed my frog starter.
Yeah, should have, but you
I
didn't.
should have. I'm sorry. I failed you.
Do you want to lead us back, Silas? And then we'll have
Will do.
our stabilisation training.
Okay, we'll go straight ahead and we'll pick up straight away.
I'll take up the rear.
Okay. Wait.
Take it right.
Taking it right.
Alright.
Oh! Right into Nathan's foot.
Dinner first. Jeez.
Rider ahead.
Rider ahead.
Right ahead.
Hello, sir.
Nathan, are you feeling peckish?
And take a left.
Bear on
Taking
the
a
right.
left.
Sounds a bit hungry.
Take a right.
Taking a right.
Alright.
Rider.
Same.
Oh my gosh, what is going on with my horse today?
No.
She's out of sorts.
The group that's going about robbing folk is 10 tons, so if you have any decent rapport with them, I think they would be alright.
I know Chompy.
As do I.
And he seems alright. He's always been
Is
alright
that
to
the
me.
fractions fella?
Yep.
Oh, okay. He likes it.
Tank and choppy. They tend to leave rangers and medics alone. They mostly go after wild folk and normal civilians.
Yeah. Well, end of the day, they want us to help them, don't they? If they ever get hurt.
Slowing down for sound.
Slowing down.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
My goodness.
I was just so excited to see you.
Missed a turn there, but managed to recover.
No, you did great. You're doing really well. Keep it up.
That's appreciated, Rodney. Thank you.
Yeah, no, honestly, mate, you're doing fine. There's nothing to worry about.
We got back safe. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Lit that bear right up, didn't we?
Just a bit.
Yeah. Jump up on the porch, get out of the wet.
Oh, definitely. That is my third time of getting Lily out of a pickle now.
People will start talking.
Well, I'll just be glad when she can get back to Valentine and we know she's safe.
Yeah, she's quite a sort of timid lady, ain't she?
Not as timid as you might think, Rodney.
Oh, right.
She's had 3 spells in Sisychus so
Oh,
far.
really? Oh, she's not all sugar and spice then.
She puts up a very good front at the moment. I'll give her that.
Nadia's all sugar and spice and all things nice.
Oh, Rodney, sweetheart, sweet summer child.
Do not doubt that at all.
More spice than sugar.
Yeah.
Apart from when
quite
she
spicy.
insists on throwing herself in mud.
Y'all are lucky this is the Nadia y'all get.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to be on the bad side of you. I don't think I ever will.
Oh, no.
No, those days are long behind me. So the law needs someone to be tracked down, then maybe think about it.
Yeah. I always like making you laugh, because I like your laugh.
Oh, thank you. Wait, Rodney, do you know?
What? What's that?
Hal and I might have been on a date or two.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think you both deserve each other. You're both ever such nice people.
We went into Gorma today.
Oh, lovely.
Very nice.
Yeah, it was fun. He was quite tuckered out. He ended up laying his head down at the Emerald Tower. I still felt sprightly. Something about soaking up all that sun really gave me a lot of energy.
Yeah, must be the salty air or something.
Yeah, I was there the other day with a friend, and I think we were literally the only people on the island. We're there for what felt like days, and didn't bump into another soul while we were out there.
That's kind of how it was for us. We were out there most of the morning. I think we went out about it was about 8 by the Western Stars, 8:30 maybe. We didn't come back till almost noon by the Western Stars.
Yeah, it was eerily quiet, to be honest with you.
Didn't mind it. Kind of felt like we had the whole island to ourselves.
Felt exactly the same. Yeah, it was nice just to be out there. Glad we didn't run into trouble and needed help. That could have been a sticky situation, but
I did give him quite the startle. There's a lot of like planks hanging off cliffs so you can like jump off of into the water.
Oh, yes.
And he looked at one, he was like, "Oh no, that's way too high." And I looked at him, and then I looked at the plank, and then I ran up the hill, and then I charged the plank and jumped off.
Is that near the fighting arena?
I think so. It was pretty high up. It was quite the fall.
On the cliffside, yeah.
It was an absolute blast. And he thought I was just absolutely out of my mind.
Because we walked out on one with a vulture egg on the end of it, and that
it was near that.
Right.
Yeah. But it was the higher one.
Yeah, I didn't go out on that one. I must admit,
I took a running leap off of it.
Oh, hell no.
Oh no! I swear I went so far out over the ocean before I landed. I didn't quite think I was gonna make it back to shore.
I did go on the tiny one near the pier. That was about as high as it would go.
That's the one Hal jumped off. Oh gosh, it's like no, I want.
Yeah.
Listen, if I'm gonna jump off a cliff into the water, it better be a long ass drop.
do
I'll
like
pick the
what
one
they've
that's
done at the
not there.
beach as well, near the poker table.
Oh yeah, I liked that one too.
All those huts that they've made, really nice.
Oh.
Central Scarlet Meadows. Want to take Silas out to that one? Completely
Oh.
up to you.
Is the just thinking our stabilization training should
Yeah.
start in about 10
I
minutes.
can't. Yeah, we can't go on it, unfortunately.
Okay, never mind. No, you're not taking Silas on that.
Nope.
And
I
my
might
ass is going to
go
bed in a
with
few
that.
minutes.
Yeah, there's not another one in the diary yet, so.
Oh no, you don't.
Oh
you
my
you get all
days,
muddy
Daddy,
again.
you stop that.
You're all right. You're not. You're not as muddy as before. You look all right, actually. You landed on the grass that
Sorry,
time.
I fell for Thomas.
Oh, I'm really,
Sorry.
I'm really pleased for you. It's great. I really like Hal.
Sorry, Rangers, I'm taking her for Bluestone.
Right.
You wish.
Hal has been
You'd be lucky to have me as your gun.
an amazing mentor so far. I've spent quite a lot of time with Hal.
Yeah, he's great. I like him.
Yeah, he's
He
been so helpful with me, with passing on knowledge and feedback. He's been such a big help.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hal was a great source of information for me as a recruit. He says he thought I was ready the day I started, but I don't think he realizes how much I actually learned from him.
Oh,
He does not give himself enough credit.
I keep telling him if I'm quiet, it's just because I'm soaking things in, and he is just a wealth of information. He's been a massive help. But his horse frightens me. That horse of his just seems to have a mind of its own.
He's also a bit clumsy. It's part of his charm.
When we were out at the Grizzlies and we started east instead of west, we were coming back along the cliff path just after the whiteout, and his horse decided to jump over the log that juts out rather than go around it, and myself and Ellis just fell silent. But by the will of God, the horse actually made the jump and got back on the path.
It's lucky.
Otherwise, it could have been a whole different outcome.
What I learnt from
Oh,
being with
I
all the
misread that
different
kit.
rangers
It's
was
in
each one of them's got their own sort of little bit of knowledge they can like pass on in their own little way.
Oh, most
Yeah.
definitely. I've found that as well.
Yeah. Like certain areas they all got. Like even Eli, you know, he really knows like Big Valley really well. So, you know, it was good to sort of just be around because he just knows all the hot spots.
Yeah, with Ellis as well, because he did apologise. He was saying, when I give the feedback, I might be a bit nitpicky, but I said, well, no, I appreciate that because I do need to learn. If there's any little things that you pick up on, I need to know about. And he's been brilliant. We went out a couple of searches, myself with Ellis and Lucille.
Yeah.
I don't think Wade's nitpicky at all. He's just right on that feedback. It's fucking Peter Rockwell you gotta worry about being nitpicky.
I've never met him.
Ellis Wade, he was no, his feedback was absolutely spot on and correct, and much appreciated. It's the only way I'm going to learn more is if people would tell me these things.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna rise. I'm getting out of strawberry. Later.
Okay, love you, bye!
Stay safe.
Be good. Enjoy the training. Enjoy stabilization training.
Yes.
Thank you.
Take
And, I'm
care.
sure we'll see you back in town soon enough.
Yeah. I'll be around. I just want to get out of town.
Oh, okay.
Take care, Nathan. Just gonna go and see if I've got any telegrams.
Only take it for like 3 minutes till.
Look, we're having a conversation. Anyone going to stabilization? Let's head to Blackwater.
Okay.
Okay.
Just gonna go with you long enough to make sure y'all make it there, and then I'll lay my head down in Blackwater. Thomas? Absolute pleasure.
Alright, Rangers on me.
Nice view.
After you.
No, after you. I'm taking up the rear, Rodney. It's my rear.
Okay.
The rear. My rear.
Taking a right.
Make sure I remember the dogs.
Oh, sorry. Moon Shadow, calm down.
Yeah, he's just.
It's getting very excited.
Yes, he's an asshole. The whole rear.
Just got left up road.
Cutting across.
Cutting left.
Got a rider behind us.
Yeah.
Got a rider ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Jeez, oh my word.
I don't know what's the matter with Moon Shadow. Moon Shadow, will you just please go straight when I tell you? Sorry,
No, Moon Shadow's having a fit.
I think so. I think he's just excited to have stabilisation training.
Basically, I'm gonna leave you guys at the Blackwater office with Margot, and then oh god, okay, and then I'm gonna catch you guys at the windmill in a bit.
Okay.
Okay.
It's just something I'm gonna do, so. But I will be there to grab you guys at the windmill. If I'm not back, just hang around at the Blackwater Medical Tent,
Alright.
and then we'll come back together.
Okay.
Also, hey, I made it right on time.
You did indeed. How are you?
I'm right, how you doing?
Hello.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, now that they've been delivered, I'm going to bed. I love all of you.
Alright.
Sleep
Nadia.
well.
Stay safe, Nadia.
Night, night.
The three of you, if you guys have any interest in getting your blood tested, you might be able to do it here.
Right.
Oh, is that for the donor program?
Yep.
Yeah, I was actually.
I go
was
throw
going
my
to speak to you
uniform,
about
Margot.
that.
Okay.
I highly recommend getting that done because as first responders, sometimes it can be crucial to be able to give blood on scene. Oh shit!
Oh my god.
What the hell was
Okay, let's go to Strawberry. We'll hold class by Strawberry, if that's alright, Margo.
Hank?
Let's go.
I thought Nadia went that way. Did Nadia go down that way?
Oh, that was exciting.
Which way did Nadia go? There you are.
I'm not going to.
Alright, everyone on me? Motor ahead.
Rider ahead.
Rider ahead.
Alright, we're just gonna go. I need to ask Kat where McConnell held at that time.
What about, I've got a suggestion, Alfred. Just back, like, the camp's, like, directly behind us here. I mean, that's where I live, and it's always pretty quiet there, and there's trees all around, so no one can see us.
Okay, they're not here. Let's go to Rodney's camp.
Okay, everybody, follow me.
Margo, is there anything that you needed to grab here at the office before? Let's.
Everybody ready to
everyone on
go?
Rodney. I'm gonna stick around in Strawberry. I'll come
Okay.
meet you guys up there in a bit. I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, you know where it is, yeah. Alright.
Okay.
Alright.
Taking a right.
Taking it right.
Down across country.
Across the trees.
And then just taking a right to the camp. Slowing down to a stop.
Slowing down to a stop.
Did we lose someone? I know you're there. There was another fella, wasn't there? Was it another deputy? Where'd he go?
It was Thomas from Bluestone, I believe.
Oh, it's Thomas, yeah, he was just in town to see Nadia, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
I feel like he'll probably be here because if he's going to go on duty, then I'm the only medic around and he'll be here.
Right.
We're waiting for Alfred as well, are we?
He said he'll come down here. I'm not too sure how long he'll be.
I think it is just the three of us who are receiving the training, to be honest.
Okay. All right, very good. Well, I am medic Joshua Margot.
Very pleased to meet you.
Who have I got the pleasure of being with today?
Lucille Cross here.
Rodney Spencer.
And Silas McKinney.
Excellent. Well, how much experience have you got with first aid and things like that?
Me personally is only really from observation. I've never really administered first aid myself. It's just what I've observed as a recruit.
Okay.
Being on the job, I've sort of helped quite a few people, but just like the basics, cleaning up the wounds, getting them patched up, and getting them to the doctor.
Okay.
Same here, pretty much just basic, wash it out, put gauze on it, bandage it, get them to the doctor.
Okay. That's a good start, but even not knowing anything is fine. We can work with that too. All right, so obviously you probably know what to do when you come across somebody out there in the field, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Well, let's test the knowledge then, shall we?
Who would you like to go first?
Well, you can go first as you step forward.
Okay.
So you just found me out here, or what are the first steps you're going to go through?
Right, well, I'll check to see if you're conscious. Are you awake there, sir? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
What happened to you?
Oh, I got kicked by my horse.
Oh, right, okay. I'm just going to check you over and see what your injuries are like, if you have any. Okay.
Okay. I just got a bit of a bump on the head, I think.
Okay, just a bump on the head there.
Very good, clean hands, I like it.
I'm just going to basically just sort of like wipe over your wound just to sort of check to make sure, there's no sort of like bleeding or like, scratches or anything like that where you're falling over.
Okay.
Okay, you all look fine. So what I do is I'll just wrap a bandage round your head just to keep that protected for you.
Excellent.
Okay, and I'll get you back up on your feet for you.
Brilliant. Okay, very good. Nice, and you got me back up on my feet, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I was just about to revive you. But I would have sort of then said to you, if you start to feel like a bit sick or dizzy, your vision might be a bit blurred, then go to see a doctor immediately in case you have concussion.
Oh, very good, very good. All right, so the only thing I would have added to that, the very start of the scenario, it's just worth checking, and I'm sure you do as rangers, but just to check there's nothing of danger around.
Oh yeah, I mean
You don't
when
want
we
to be sent
turn
to
up,
me and have a bear come and slice your back open or something, you know.
yeah, I think we'd sort of like if you'd said, oh, you know, well, I think we probably would have heard one or maybe seen
Yes,
something,
I
especially
agree.
wolves. If you'd said it's a bear attack, then obviously I would have then been on high alert. But as you just like, you know,
Don't worry, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, you know,
Yeah.
as a general rule of thumb, I think it's always good just to
Oh,
make
yeah,
sure there's
yeah.
nothing untoward.
absolutely.
Okay, so do you know what you would have done if I wasn't breathing?
No. Probably, I don't know.
Can I get you to lie on the floor?
Certainly.
All right, one of you two want to volunteer for this? I'll show you what.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to do what's called chest compressions. Okay, so you want your hands about here? Just like this, one hand with your fingers wrapped through the other hand. Does that make sense?
That does.
Okay. And you would do about 15, quite a fast pace. Not actually going to do it, and I'll tell you why in a moment.
Yes.
And then at the end of that 15, you would give them a breath.
Yes.
Okay, so without touching him, I'll show you. So we just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then a breath. Then you would check if they are breathing. You can do that by obviously putting your sort of cheek near their nose and mouth. You should be able to hear, feel the breath, probably hear it too.
Uh-huh.
Could listen to the lungs as well, you know, just ear on the chest and see if you can hear anything from that. If not, do it again for a maximum of 4 times, okay?
4 times, yes.
4 times. If after the 4th time you've got no response, the sad most likelihood is that they have passed.
So that's like 4 lots of 15 chest pumps.
With a breath between each one, yes?
With a breath in between. Right, okay.
So it's a pinch the nose and a breath.
Indeed.
Is it? Yeah.
Is it best to get them sort of on their back if you can, when you're doing all this, I suppose?
Well, yes, you want them on their back. Obviously, it's worth being mindful that if you are too forceful, you will break their ribs.
Right, okay.
That will cause more problems. So I know you're probably thinking, oh God, this is the most harrowing thing. But, you know, it will be a life or death situation if they're not breathing. It's quite serious. So try your best. If you do happen to damage a rib and you get them back to us alive, then that's something we can deal with, okay?
Yeah, it's better to have a broken rib than be dead, eh?
Exactly.
That certainly makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, do you want to mimic what I just did and have a go yourself?
I certainly will. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Pinch his nose and administers breath.
Excellent.
And checks for any breathing. So then I will put my cheek to his nose and mouth. Have a quick listen to his chest. No breathing, continue. So you would check after each set of 15?
Each cycle, yes.
Okay, and then we repeat that no more than 4 times.
That's correct. Very good.
Okay.
Lucille, would you like a go?
Sure.
Try not to tickle me. I'm very ticklish.
Okay, I checked to see if he's not breathing. Once I
Very good.
confirm that. Not actually going to do it, but put hands here.
Yes, but that's
and
perfect.
do, 15 compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Then it's a pinch nose and give them a breath, and then check and see if they're breathing. If not, repeat that up to 4 more times.
Yes, very good.
I
Still with
think I
us,
got all
Rodney?
that.
Yeah, I'm still there. I'm
Oh,
just pretending, but I am
You're doing
breathing.
very well.
Yeah, thank you.
you've been taking acting lessons from Dickie, haven't
Yeah, I say if Dickie was here, he'd be really laying it on.
Would you like to try, Rodney?
Yeah, okay.
Everybody else? Oh, there we go. There's a patient.
Oh,
Look, he just
lovely.
collapsed.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Oh, it's not breathing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Are you breathing? Is there any breath coming? Oh, thank God he's breathing. Okay.
Oh, you did it. Good man.
Yeah, I think we've got a live one, Doctor.
Excellent. All right, very good.
Okay.
Thank you,
Oh, well.
Rodney.
Up you get, Mac.
Okay, so if you have that situation and let's say, but they're down. Let's say they are breathing, but you know, or the breathing's very weak, and you're having difficulty finding a pulse. So if it's safe to do so, you can adjust their position slightly, rubbing the limbs to encourage blood flow. The arms and the legs, they have blood in them, which at that point in time would be better served being in the chest. We want things in the torso and in the brain, really. So can lift the legs slightly too, just to try and encourage the blood to head back towards the more vital organs, and
Right.
and then check again. Pulse and obviously breathing as well. I mean, sometimes when you're doing compressions, if they're not breathing and they have, if you're having trouble finding a pulse, I would recommend doing both of those courses of actions, the compressions and a bit of a limb massage to try and get some blood back towards the heart.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
If we were, for example, taking care of a patient on our own, how high would we need to elevate the legs if we stick our coats and
yes, coats,
so forth under them?
A bedroll, anything like that you might have on your horse or whatever, just to get the legs a little bit off the ground and to let gravity help, pull the blood back towards the body.
Perfect.
Okay, look, we have a Thomas here as well. He can be a patient of this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they're having trouble breathing, there's also a position we call the recovery position. Okay, so how that works is that we're going to lay them on their side, like this. Then we want the lower leg, so the leg that's on the floor, to be straight out. The upper leg, so the one which is on top. So as I'm looking at him, his right leg's on the floor, so his left leg is up. So we want that to be bent at a 90-degree angle. Imagine you're making the number 4 out of his legs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Then his lower arm at a 90-degree angle, facing up. The upper arm going to be tucked under his head. Like this. Okay, so we go. So that's positioning the left leg in this instance, so it's like a 4. His right arm, we're pointing it towards Rodney over there. And the left arm, going to tuck under his head, a bit like a pillow.
Right. Yeah,
Elbow out, kind of pointing towards Lucille. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That does, yep.
He looks more comfortable as well.
Yes, it's quite a comfortable position. Right, let me just reset our patient here. All right, would anyone like to have a go at putting him into the recovery position?
I'll go.
Okay.
All right. Put that there.
Very good.
That there. And there.
Excellently done.
Yeah, it's very good.
Comfy.
Yeah, you look very comfy now.
I think he might be asleep, actually.
Yeah.
Wake up, Thomas.
No, I'm awake.
Oh, you're awake. Excellent. Right, Rodney or Silas, do you want to have a go?
I'll have a go.
Okay.
So what does the recovery position actually do? Does it aid with breathing, or is it?
Yeah, so it helps the body to it's easier to breathe that way. It's also useful for if the patient is being sick, or for example, if they if you've pulled them out of the water and they swallowed a lot of water or something like that, it's going to help them clear some of that out of the lungs and things like that.
Right. Makes perfect sense, yep.
Very good.
Comfy.
Very good.
Mm.
Yes, so comfy.
Shame about the rocks underneath him. He'd be really
Well,
comfy.
you know, when you're treating people out in the wilds, you can't,
Yeah.
provide them with a mattress or anything.
No, it's a shame.
Silas, you want to go?
Yes, certainly.
Very good. All right, well done, you three. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas.
Happy to be of assistance.
Yeah.
Okay, so some instances where you might need to use the recovery position. Often when the body is suffering from symptoms of shock. Does anybody know what shock symptoms might look like?
I do not.
Not sure, but I'm imagining probably like a pale face, trembling.
Certainly, they might be trembling, especially if they've been in the water or, you found them in the snow. That might also be from hypothermia. Symptoms of shock normally will be a very fast, often quite a weak pulse, so maybe a little bit hard to find on the wrist or the ankle. Obviously, the neck is obviously a very good point to reach for a pulse because it's a major artery runs through there.
Right.
Weak, fast, rapid breathing, like a shallow kind of hyperventilating, if you could imagine that, sort of, kind of,
Right.
but yes. They might experience dizziness, the skin may be kind of clammy, feeling a bit damp, probably confusion as well. So it's a good time if you've pulled someone out of the water or you found them, lost in the snowdrift somewhere up north. Recovery position would be a good start, I would say. It's also worth probably elevating, massaging the legs like we discussed earlier. Especially if, water and snow are quite cold. Will put the body into some shock if you're not expecting it. And I would suggest you warm them slowly. So, if you've got a blanket on your horse or your jacket, obviously don't put yourselves in danger if you're up in Coulter or somewhere. But try and keep them warm. If you have access to some heated water, you could heat some water, put it in a canteen or a leather wart skin or something, and then wrap it in some cloth. So basically with any temperature change you're giving to the body, you want it to be slow. You don't want it to be a rapid change because that'll just swing shock in the other direction, from cold shock to hot shock. That makes sense.
Unfortunately, this is exactly what I witnessed the other night with cats once we found it. And literally everything you just described was done to Cat. The warm flash under her armpits, massaging of her legs, and so forth. And it was, it wasn't nice to witness and see, to be honest. But yeah, I have actually I saw that the other night firsthand.
Yes, it's unfortunately something we had to go through, and you may end up saving somebody's fingers or toes if you can get them a little bit warmer before you bring them to a doctor or, somewhere where they can be treated. And the same applies if you find someone out in the desert and they're suffering from, heat stroke. Those symptoms are quite easy to recognize because we've probably all been there ourselves at some point. Been out working in the sun all day, and the skin will be quite a rosy red color. They'll probably be very thirsty and look quite tired and drained. The opposite treatment is the case here. You want something cold, so if you got access to some ice chips or something, you can wrap them in a cloth or put them into a canteen, and again, use them on the wrists or the forehead, just to kind of bring the body temperature down slowly, give them some sips of cold water, things like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any questions about that?
No,
that makes
no.
perfect sense.
Yeah.
Seal, understood?
Don't you fucking run away from me.
So
very good.
The important thing is, though, he said to do it slowly rather than
Yes.
bring the temperature down or up too quickly.
Yes, exactly. So if you had someone who was suffering from hypothermia or frostbite and you were in, quite close by to colder, for example, don't sit them next to the fire. Sit them away from the fire, like give them probably, about as far as I am from you now, sort of start them about there, let them slowly warm up, and then you can move them closer to the fire, as their condition starts to improve.
Okay.
Okay, so wounds. As Rodney described earlier on, when he washed his hands when treating my bump on the head. So if you can wash your hands with clean water, if you have access to lavender water, or even saline, which is salt water. If it's clean, that's better than nothing. So, yes, excellent to do that. Again, any wounds you find on a patient, you can flush them again with clean water. Lavender water if you have it, or saline solution if you have that too. If you find anything in the wound when you're flushing it, be it a bit of stone or branch or even an animal claw, if it's not embedded, if it can just be washed out, you can remove that. If it's something impaled, however, if they've ridden into a forest and a bit of tree is, impaled in them, just leave it in them. I know it sounds a bit strange, anything like that, or a knife or anything, just leave it in the wound, because what it actually does is it stops some of the blood escaping. If you pull it out, you then leave a big open wound to gush blood everywhere. So we could deal with removing the stuck artifacts when they get them to a medic.
I'm just going to move my horse because he's
He
coming
seems
really...
very unhappy, yes.
So in that situation, when something is impaled, would you just pack around?
Sorry about that.
No problem. Welcome back. Yes, so Silas was just asking if you did find somebody with a knife or a branch or something, impaled within them. If it's best just to pack that wound, and the answer is yes. Just try and pack that wound, bandage it as best you can. Try and keep the objects as stable and steady in the wound as you can. And we can deal with removing it, but you will probably buy the patient another sort of 15 minutes of valuable time. So
yeah,
that's very worth doing. So, yes, any things like that, or if it's just a big cut, a big open wolf wound or bear, claw marks, or panther's bitten them or something, once you've flushed it and you're happy that there's nothing to get out, that you can get out safely, like I said, if there's something embedded, just leave it for us to deal with. Once you've done that, then you wrap it in gauze and bandage. If you notice that it starts to bleed through the bandages, just unwrap the bandages and take the gauze off and then pack the wound, which is, if you've never done it before, is essentially just bundling up some gauze or bandage, whatever you have, which is clean, as tight as you can, sort of into the wound, just kind of almost make a sort of a dam, if you will, and then gauze and bandage over that, just to try and hold the blood in the wound a little bit longer, basically. And if it bleeds through that, once you've packed it, you can apply what's called a tourniquet. Do you know what a tourniquet is?
My father told me about that because he was in the army. He said that they had to do that, tie up like an arm or a leg if they've been injured, to sort of stem the flow of blood to that part of the body.
Exactly that. I would probably say use your belt. You know, apologies if your trousers come a bit loose, but yes, a belt or some kind of strapping if you have it, just to tie it above the wound. So let's say the cut is on the thigh. You'd want to tie the tourniquet higher up, as near the hip as you can. Bear in mind, no longer than 10 minutes. Okay.
Right.
Anything longer than 10 minutes, you will have cut too much blood, and it probably means we'll have to amputate the limb.
Right, oh blimey, okay.
Right.
Yes, it's very much a last resort, a tourniquet.
Yeah,
But,
if they're really bleeding heavily on the way,
yes, if
way
it's like
back.
an arterial bleed or something, then that will probably keep them alive a little bit longer.
So if we're transferring someone, we may need to stop and release that. Can you reapply it, or is it?
I would say it's a 1, and if it gets to 10 minutes and you're not there, then I would just go back to step 2. Take the tourniquet off and just pack and bandage that wound as tightly as possible. I mean, hopefully, after 10 minutes, you'll be pretty close to some kind of medical office. So. Fingers crossed. I mean, ultimately, we can't save every single person out there. This is just to try and help prolong their lives a bit, so that when you get to us, there's more chance of them keeping alive and helping you do your jobs to make sure that the people you do find are in the best condition they can be in.
Yeah.
And I assume, would we relay everything we've done to yourself?
Yes.
First, and obviously you would just take straight over from there.
Yeah, so if you've done something like that, it's worth telling them, because it immediately alerts the medical staff that there is something quite serious. There's quite a serious bleed if you've had to use a tourniquet, for example.
Oh, okay.
Never tourniquet the neck. Just
no.
Hopefully that goes without saying. But
yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise their head will go blue.
Yes. Okay, so spinal injuries. So you might find someone who's fallen down a cliff, or a horse has thrown them off the side of a mountain, or they've had a big tumble.
Yeah.
First things first is to check that the spine should be pretty straight. If they're complaining that the back hurts and it looks like the back isn't the kind of normal posture you see people with, they have no feeling in their hands, feet, arms, legs, for example. That's a good indicator that there's a spine injury. If you believe it is to be that, then do not move them unless it's a real emergency. If they're at further risk of life from staying where they are. It'd be best in that instance to transport them via a wagon with somebody sitting at the back with them, making sure that the spine isn't being jostled or moved around too much, keeping it as straight as possible without actually forcing it straight yourself, if that makes sense.
So what would you do in a scenario where someone had badly damaged their spine, yet they were bleeding heavily as well, and if you didn't get them somewhere, then they would bleed out? Is it best to just try and make them as comfortable as possible and then try and get a doctor to get to them?
I would try and deal with the heavy bleed as best you can first.
Yeah.
And then assess if you can move them safely. Or, I mean, if there's many of you, perhaps you could make a kind of makeshift stretcher, or figure a way to get them somewhere where you can transfer to a wagon or something.
Right.
I know it's never going to be an ideal scenario or an ideal world, and half these things I'm telling you, hopefully you'll never actually have to action upon, but it's in the syllabus I was given to teach, so I tried to teach it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, so if there's an injury like that, but you don't think the back is injured, but maybe they can't feel the arms or the legs or something, it's probably more likely to be a break. So the first thing to do would be to check it's not a compound fracture. Do you know what that means?
Is that where the bone is showing?
This is when the bone has come through the flesh, yes.
Oh.
Yes, not very nice at all. In that instance, you really just want to just kind of flush that area and just get it bandaged. Try not to move the affected area at all. Just keep it as it is. Or with a full fracture, if you feel like sometimes you see the leg may be broken and it's visibly not how a leg should look, but the bone hasn't come through the flesh. With that as well, you just should... you could put it in a splint, possibly, just where you take some sticks and you tie a bandage tightly around the area with the stick. Stick on either side of the arm or the leg, just to act as like a brace, to kind of a makeshift bone, as you will, to try and convince the body, but that's how it wants to be positioned.
Okay.
You could also use a sling. However, I wouldn't ever use a sling for a compound or a full break, because the sling is going to let it move quite a lot, and with a full break, that's just going to cause more issue down the line. But a sling is just taking a piece of cloth. If you haven't got one to spare, you could use a poncho or a piece of clothing you rip off somewhere, your shirt sleeve or something, and just tie it around the back of the neck. So you make like a loop of fabric and then rest the arm in that fabric loop. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It does, yeah.
Okay, so after you've done all that, then you can then hopefully mobilize and move them to the nearest medical area. If there's fluid or blood in their lungs, so if you've been listening to the lungs when you're checking their breathing, you can pretty much always hear if there's liquid in there. It makes a very distinct kind of gurgle noise. They'll probably be having a bit of struggling with their breathing as well. Or if, as we discussed, they have that type of bleed where you had to use a tourniquet, that probably means they have an arterial bleed. Ride as fast as you possibly can to get to a medical centre.
Right.
But if it's not that severe, then, just do what you normally do and, try not to get yourself injured en route, as it were. Was that 3/4 speed, possibly? I'm not really sure if you have levels of how fast you go.
It's normally like one extreme to the other, really,
Yes, that's what I thought, but that's what it says here. Ride as fast as possible. I'm like, I always ride as fast as possible, but okay. Okay, once you get to the medical office, things you can help the medic team with. So you can telegram the medic tip line if you can't find a medic in that particular town, and somebody will try and get there as soon as possible. Stay with the patient, try and keep them stable, checking their vitals, which is their pulse and their breathing and their temperature. Keep an eye on their consciousness and how those bleeds are doing, and do your best to keep them stable. If conscious, keep them conscious as long as possible, and assure them that help is on its way and someone will be with them soon. If a medic is there or does arrive, you can assist the medic by doing one of the following, basically. Be an extra hand if they need it. Can you hold this for me, or can you pass me this, or whatever they might ask. Hold the patient's hand, reassure them things will be okay. You can send telegrams for the medic or the patient if they want you to, reach out to their next of kin or loved one to say, have had a bad accident. Do you want to come and see me or something? You could supply them any food and drink that they might need. However, Rangers and cadets are not expected to do any stitching or surgical procedures. Just stabilize them as best you can. You're not expected to do any triage work. And if in case you have multiple injured patients at the same time, assess each one of them and then rank their priorities. So that when a medical doctor comes, or when you get them to a medical doctor, you can tell them which one needs to be treated first. So if you have 3 people out riding and they all get attacked by a bear, and one of them is gushing blood and the other 2 just have some bumps and bruises, then obviously tell the medic, you really need to look at this guy, he's, leaking blood everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you want a rank of things, Elsie's written them here for me. So organ damage, especially lung damage, arterial bleeds, head and neck wounds without arterial bleeds. They are all high priority. Medium priority is bone damage, chest, back, or abdomen wounds without arterial bleeds. And a low priority is arm, leg, or shoulder wounds, again without arterial bleeds. Any muscle damage or grazes and bruises.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions about any of that? Hopefully I didn't go too fast, so please, if I did, if you want to go back and ask something, now is the time.
No, I mean, it all sort of works common sense, really, isn't it?
Well, pretty much, but if you've never encountered before, there may be things that you want checking up on or reminding, it's just fine.
Yeah.
So with the arterial bleed you mentioned, is that where I don't know how to best describe it, is that where the blood's gushing and it's really coming out?
Yes, so the arteries are part of the circulatory system which carries blood from the body, from the heart. So if they are cut, well, the blood will come out with the heartbeat, if that makes sense. So every time the heart beats, it'll spurt blood out.
Lovely.
It's the only type that'll do that. So if you cut a vein, it won't happen when the heart's beating. But an artery will literally go spurt, 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 spurt. So and there will be a lot of blood, I'm afraid.
Right.
They are the ones you want to get really packed, nice and tight. Really get them bound up with the gauze and bandaging, and they're the ones which might bleed through, and you might need to use a tourniquet as a last resort.
Oh, okay. You can have those ones, Rodney.
Well, yeah, I suppose if I have to, yeah. Try not to pass out.
I mean, hopefully you never get any of those. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I've ever had a patient brought in which has been injured in the field, found by a ranger, which has any of those types of injuries. Often they're caused by gunshots. So unless wolves and bears have learned how to master a carbine, you should probably be okay.
Well, let's hope that day don't come then, eh?
Definitely.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, so
You said don't use a tourniquet if it's an arterial bleed?
Do use a tourniquet if it's an arterial bleed, yes, but only for 10 minutes. But that's only if when you've packed the wound and tightly gauzed and bandaged it, it's bled completely through and you can see blood sort of, coming out the wound or dripping down an arm or a leg or something. That's when you think, oh, it's time to take it to the next level.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
So if we've released the tourniquet, do we repack and bandage or just get them to you as quick as we can?
That's really your judgment. If you're, 2 minutes outside of a town, just take them to town. If you're still, 20 minutes away, then I would probably say, yes, remove what you put in and do it again. Because once it's blood soaked, it's much easier for blood to come through it. If it's dry and clean, then the blood has to sort of fill it again before it can sort of leave, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely does.
All right. But honestly, nothing to be nervous about. I mean, I've met most of you. You've brought me patients. You all do a wonderful job. This is just to help you with those little bits and pieces you might find when you're out there. Oh, if I knew how to do that, I could have given them a slightly better chance, or kept them alive a bit longer. But honestly, I've never had a ranger patient brought in who's died on me. So you all do fantastic work.
Oh, thanks very much, and you too. You did a great job.
Most definitely. Alfred also mentioned with regards to a blood test for being a donor.
Well, if there's no question about this course, then I can say we're all done here, and I'm happy to say that you all passed, so I can go and send that to your superiors, and then we can go back to Blackwater and we can do blood tests if that's something you wish to do.
Definitely. After the situation with Kat the other day, thankfully we had Ellis with us, who was on the register. Otherwise, could have been a different situation. So, yes.
Indeed. Yes, well, the more people we have on the blood register who are compatible donors, the better, because as you say, you never know when you might need someone, and you never know who might be around at that time. So it's always good to have another option just in case. The way it works is that we take a small vial of blood, we send it to Saint Denis for testing. It takes about 10 to 14 days to get the results back, at which time we will let you know whether it's a suitable match for blood donating or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, same as me.
Okay, I guess we're probably closer to Strawberry, are we here?
Yeah, it's only just up the road up there.
Okay, well let's go to Strawberry and get situated. We can get that done. If all three of you wish to do it, there's no problem. If one of you or two of you or whatever don't want to do it, it's not compulsory. It's just it's up to you entirely.
No, I'm happy to do it, Doctor.
Yeah, I'll go along too.
Okay, excellent. Right, well let's.
Where the hell
let's
did
get
my
that done.
horse go to?
And was that all right for everybody? You all?
Yeah,
got
that was
something out of
brilliant.
that, I hope?
Thanks so much. I mean, it just gives me confidence to now know what I'm sort of doing, and I can help better. You know.
Yes.
So
yes,
no,
definitely.
I'm pleased I've done it, and thanks very much for doing that for us.
Yeah, most definitely. That's much appreciated.
Oh, I'm glad it helped. Unfortunately, I can't really diagram like we did with the recovery position and the chest compressions, how to deal with some of those last few bits we've spoken about. But hopefully now, having a little bit of knowledge about it, you might be able to recognize it if you see it and be like, oh, hang on, this might be, hypothermia, or this might be an arterial bleed, So,
yeah.
Definitely.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Right, let's reconvene in Strawberry.
Great little camp you got here, Rodney.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Dickie has the big tent because he's like an elderly gentleman, isn't he? Okay, if you want to follow me, I'll lead you back. Who's going first? Not me.
I'm going to be a gentleman and say ladies first.
Oh, jeez, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Sorry, bear with me. Just have to grab a bit of paperwork for this.
It's fine.
I should do the paperwork and start these and just quickly use the outhouse.
Of course.
Nah, he's just running away.
Yeah, it's my fault. Are you based in Strawberry, are you, Lucille?
I am.
I think I've seen you, like, that much. I think I might have seen you once or twice about, but normally, like, you know, with other deputies.
Deputies.
Are you a ranger then, are you?
I am a ranger.
Oh, how come I've never seen you before then? I suppose we're on different... Like you wake up later than me or something.
I think the first time I heard your voice was at the cookout the other day.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, there you go, yeah. I've sort of been around... well, since I've been in the crossing since, like, beginning December. But, like, I've been a ranger, I suppose, all in all about 3 months now.
I've been in the green for 2 weeks.
Oh, right. No, my apologies. I thought you was a deputy. It's because I haven't seen you. And you haven't got your poncho on. I mean, that's a giveaway, isn't it? How you liking it in the Rangers?
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's good fun. It's nice helping people. It's a lovely feeling when you find somebody and they're so pleased to see you.
Mm-hmm. Helps to learn about the land and everything too.
Yeah, I mean that was really my Achilles heel when I was a recruit. I didn't really know the crossing that well because I'd only gone from like town to town. So when they were like saying about places like Roanoke, I was thinking, well, where the hell's that?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, you just learn it all the time. Every day you just learn something new.
Yeah, that's great.
And all the rangers are so nice and encouraging. You know, it's you know, they're like family really.
Okay, Lucille, you're first, right?
I'm finding that very early, Rodney,
Yeah,
to be
take
honest.
a seat.
I think I've definitely found my place.
Yeah. Do you want me to get out of the way, Doctor? I'll just come over this way.
If you wait on the balcony, you can chat out there.
Yeah, okay.
I'll call you in for the next one.
Alright.
Okay, a few questions before we start. So, current occupation is ranger.
Yes, sir.
Any current or recent injuries in the last week?
Last week, not that I recall.
So was it Thomas, your name, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Ah.
Any alcohol consumed?
And heard
No.
Blue Watch, is that who you're with?
Meal today.
Bluestone.
Bluestone.
Any history of disease in your family?
Not that I know.
Is that predominantly up in Coulter way?
Testing, and do you understand what
No,
you used
it's,
for?
well...
Yes, sir.
And your current residence, as in counties?
The man who
Boston,
founded
Des
the
Moines,
company was
Hanover,
trying
East
to
Elizabeth,
put us up in
Hamburg.
Coulter.
Just here, Strawberry.
However,
Is that
considering
West
our
Elizabeth?
main occupation, I think it's
There's an Amber in there, I can never remember.
and a lot of us are
Big Valley.
against it.
Yes, but what's the...
Right.
You may try to move us up into Coulter, but we are
West
keeping our
Elizabeth,
assets
yeah,
down here.
Okay, no, it's fine. I still struggle with places on the map, to be honest. I mean, I'm not even from America, so...
I think it was Elizabeth. I think it was.
Yeah, I've not spent a great deal of time. I've been cold to myself, and the little time I did spend up there, it was quite a brutal place, to be honest.
I lived up there for quite a while at one point in time, back in town first got rebuilt. But
Right, any aversion
like
to
I
needles?
said, considering our occupation,
Not really.
I
That's
don't
good.
think it's a good idea for
I prefer
the
to arm
company to
left
be
or
moved
right.
up that way. So, as far as I'm concerned, running it day to day, I'm keeping us down here so we can be with the medics and any other personnel that need us.
That makes much more sense.
If you'd like to hold out your left arm straight now for me, please. Let's just see if we can find a vein here. All right, little pinch. And just need to fill this little vial, and then we'll be all done. All right, very good.
All right.
Okay, if you want to hold this piece of gauze here, just to stem that little trickle of blood from where we took the needle out. Excellent. And would you like a lollipop?
Oh, get a lollipop, Rodney.
Are you sure?
I was hoping I was going to get a sweetie.
Beetroot.
Who has a beetroot lollipop?
Can't beat a nice lollipop.
Not beetroot, though. Jeez.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, there's other flavours.
Pear lollipop.
Oh, pear.
Yeah, that's more like it. At least the fruit.
Right, and we will get your results back to you in the next 10 to 14 days. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming to training and having your blood tested.
Appreciate it, Doc.
No, we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Next.
Next.
Well done. At least you got your lollipop.
I did.
Did it hurt?
Not really.
That's good.
Thank you.
I mean, if it helps, just think of something else.
Yeah. I'll probably like just look out the window or something.
Silas, can you just confirm that your surname is spelled, is it M-C-K-I-N-N-E-Y?
That is correct, yes.
Excellent.
Think about which flavor lollipop you want.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's got strawberry.
Do you not have a citizen file, Silas?
I didn't know they did beetroot flavour.
Oh no.
Here's where the problem lay. I spoke to a deputy
I got a pair.
Yeah, that's quite a nice one, isn't it?
To get my fingerprints put on file. He did confirm that that was all.
Haven't tasted one yet, so I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Let us know what it's like.
Okay.
He did.
Oh, I have found you though, don't worry.
Oh, right, yeah. He tried taking the print, God knows how many times, but realised that I had to
What's it
actually
like?
inside before they would take.
Tastes like a pear.
Oh, that's good then.
Okay, a couple of questions for you, Silas.
occupation is ranger. Yeah,
I'll have to remember to get this next time too.
Yeah.
recruit ranger. Okay. Any current or recent injuries in the last week? No. Current or recent medication in the last week? No. Any alcohol consumed in the last day? No. Just coffee. Okay. Have you eaten?
You've been busy today with duties?
I have.
Well, we went out to try and do some light mapping, you know, where,
all in good health?
you know, when people are down and then like a local spots them. Just trying to sort of plot the boundaries, really. There was quite a few of us went and did that, and then Alfred remembered what the time was, and we had to come back because of the stabilisation training. We did go out to Wallace, and there was a bear attacking someone. Like it was outside the the station there.
Okay, very good.
So we all turned up and got rid of the bear, and she was okay. She was just inside, locked the door, and then done the stabilisation. So
Good.
Yeah, quite a nice easy day. What about you? Have you been up sort of long? Have you been on duty?
Not really. I came up to the ranger lodge about the time everybody was riding out for the bear.
Oh, right. I think
I was on duty a while yesterday.
Oh, was you? How long?
I'm gonna say like 4 or 5 hours, maybe.
Really? Yeah.
Alright, see if we can find a vein.
You could get quite tiring, can't it? I mean, I'm like ready for bed now. My body clock still thinks it's in England, you see. But I might hang about for another hour, maybe. See how my arm feels after I've had my injection.
I guess here's one excellent, okay. Alright, little pinch coming up. Okay.
It's nice here in Strawberry, ain't it?
Oh yes, beautiful little town.
I should have showed you all like the view, from my camp. You go up like the rocks. You can like look right across, to where Kerrigan Ranch is, and you can see Blackwater and everything.
Oh really?
Yeah. If you ever go back that way, just just go up to the peak bit where there's like a big mound. Just look over the valley. It's lovely.
I'll have to remember that.
Yeah.
That's enough, I think. Let's get this out of you.
Well, blimey, I think I'm going next.
It'll be okay.
Yeah, I'll just get it over and done with, and I can have me lolly.
Okay, just hold this bit of gold here to stem that little bleed from where I took the needle.
Just look forward to that.
Yeah, that's what I'll be thinking about.
And your choice of lollipop. Apple, pear, cherry, beetroot. What are the other flavours we've got? I'm a bit of a peach one in that bag. You can look cherry would be great, thank you. Okay. Well, there you go. Right, well, you are all done with me.
Was you in town when that explosion went off? You were, weren't you?
Yes.
And thank you for attending the
That's
training.
very loud, wasn't it? I've never sort of been in town when there's been like an explosion like that.
Really appreciate it. My training.
If I'd been by myself, I wouldn't have known what was going on.
No.
Isn't it just the best sound you've ever heard in your life?
It was very loud, yeah. Made the whole
It's
like
magnificent.
made the ground shake.
And thank you too for saving lives out there and
Bringing people to us.
Much appreciated. No problem.
Have a good rest of your day.
Well,
And you.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Beetroot, Lucille, or...
All right, just take a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah.
I promise you, this isn't as bad as you're making it out to be.
No. Okay. Could you do my left arm, please?
Of course.
I've never tasted a cherry, so this will be my first time. No, I went to Guam the other day as well, and that was my first ever time trying a banana.
Okay, current occupation is ranger.
Yes.
Any current or recent injuries in the last week?
No.
Any current medication in the last week?
No.
Any alcohol consumed today?
No, I don't drink or do drugs.
Have you eaten a meal today?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I had some steak and I've drunk some water.
Excellent. Any history of disease in your family?
No.
Do you consent to taking of your blood for testing today and understand what we'll use it for?
Yes, fine. Happy to help.
Good. And your current residence, New Austin, Lemoyne, New Hanover, West Elizabeth, and Barino?
It's just south of Strawberry. You saw the camp. I live there.
I think it's West Elizabeth.
Yeah, I think it falls under that category, doesn't it?
I think so.
So what are you doing for the rest of your day, Lucille? Are you on shift or you got a day off today? Well, at least we've got the training done. Are you on one of the snow patrols this weekend, or have you done those before? Yeah, I've said that I'll put myself down for the one tomorrow, and Alfred was saying earlier that what we'll do is a head count and see what happens. So if it's not tomorrow, it should definitely be Saturday, they were saying.
Okay, left arm, you said.
Yes, please.
Let's just clean this bit here for you, and then if you can just hold the arm out straight.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He said that they will send out some more. I think Kat's going to take it easy for a couple of more days, and then she said that she's going to
Actually, to find a vein here.
set some telegrams out with other things to do as well. So then obviously we've got the important one of the camp out.
Oh, there's a very good vein here. That's what that water you've been drinking. It's very good.
Yeah.
Good to see and get to know a few people outside of work.
Okay, slight pinch coming up.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, definitely. I'm feeling that straight away, though, really. I know it's only into my second.
Okay, just need this vial to fill a bit more.
yeah, I'm just going to look out the window if that's all right.
You can look wherever you want.
Yeah.
Closeness between them. And certainly enjoying what I'm learning so far as well. So it's all working out very well. I'm just going to go and move one of these horses, or he's going to be here all day.
Okay, is that done? Alright, you can just hold this bit of gauze here, just to stem that little bleed from where I took the needle out.
Okay.
Hey, you've had a bit of a cut here before, have you?
Yeah. My father cut my arm open and made me do stitching.
Oh, to learn how to stitch yourself, hmm?
Yeah, he wasn't a nice person. He was in the
Seems
army, and
quite draconian.
yeah, I kept passing out, and he kept like waking me up and making me carry on.
I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's why I had to get away from England.
I see. Well, I won't tell anyone if you end up taking 2 lollipops, eh?
Oh, okay. What flavour are they?
We have pear, we have apple, we have cherry, we have beetroot. There might be a peach one left.
Oh, if there's a peach one, I'll have that, and a pear one, please.
You're in luck, there is a peach one, so here you go. One peach, one
lovely,
pear.
thank you.
Okay, well, you are done. Wasn't too bad, was it?
No, that was fine, thanks very much.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for attending training, and thank you very much for coming and getting your blood tested.
Oh no, thank you very much indeed. You know, you do such a great job, and yeah, happy to help any time.
Oh, well, we appreciate you and all the work you do out there. Keep up the good work.
And you too. Thank you, Doctor.
Indeed. Have a good day.
And you.
Oh, right, wow.
How was it, Rodney?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Like, it sort of stung a bit, but I've got an extra lollipop.
What flavours did you go for?
Peach and pear.
Good choices.
Yeah, I think I had the last peach one.
I'm just going to quickly go and check my telegrams. Won't be long.
Yeah, I think I'll go and check mine as well. You check yours.
Might as well. Put a crown on the doctor's porch, I guess.
Yeah. He's a nice doctor, ain't he?
He is.
I don't know where everybody's gone. I'll have to see if it's on the rostos whose Rangers are clocked on. After you.
Thank you. As usual, nothing.
Yeah, mine are a bit like that. Yeah, nothing. I'm gonna go to the butcher's, get some steaks.
Thank you, Doctor. Great to meet you, Thomas.
I'm just gonna go and cook these steaks up, and I'll be back over in a sec.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Hey, Rodney.
Yeah.
What would you do? There's 5 tips in there for East Saint Denis. One of them has some law on the tip, and the other tips have Alfred and Nathan on it.
Let me go and have a look.
Okay.
I'll wait here while you both decide.
Okay.
have no idea what Wade is doing.
Wade yesterday was hunting snakes in the Heartlands. I think it's his personal project to do with an anti-venom that he's looking to help with.
So yesterday he was out looking for snake nests in the Heartlands, and funny enough, he didn't really get many volunteers to go out with him.
I could send Alfred a telegram and say, do you want us to come out and help you with the search? Because it looks like it's the same one, isn't it, in Saint Denis, which is probably someone fallen off a roof and they're trying to find them in an alleyway or something.
Yeah, I just didn't know what to do since Law was involved with one of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll send him a telegram and see if he wants us to come out there, but he might want us just to stay here and wait for another tip, so that we've got other people doing other areas. If Law and him and Nathan are on it, then they probably don't need more rangers. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll go and telegram him and find out.
Do you have my pistol?
No.
My volcanic?
Do you know, that was the first pistol I treated myself to, and I had it for 2 hours, and it was stolen.
My volcanic was?
My volcanic was.
Yeah, well, what happened to the volcanic? Did I lend you the volcanic? I thought I lent you.
You didn't lend me a volcanic. I carry a navy now.
Yeah, but where's mine?
I have no idea. You definitely did not give me a volcanic.
I didn't give you a volcanic. Who did I give?
I am, without bragging, very well armed. I've got quite a lot of guns in the bank.
Who did I give a volcanic to?
See, maybe you need that beetroot lollipop so you can remember stuff.
Yeah, I'll beat my head right to the root of the ground if I ever had to eat one of those. Who did I get? Oh my god, who did I get that to?
I still have freaking Clem's rifle.
Well, she's not a ranger anymore, so have fun with that. Trying to get that back to her.
I know, I telegrammed her.
Is she not?
Oh, Wade, how you doing?
Howdy.
Yeah, I'd like to know, why did Clementine
I don't
Decide
know.
to go to the deputy side of things because I saw her the other day and she was in a patrol with him. I was like, what's going on?
Some people like to, sometimes law work appeals more to people than our line of work, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Well, she seemed nice enough. She did my interview with Alfred.
You sure I didn't give you volcanic?
I guarantee you did not give
An
me...
all-black volcanic.
I have a navy, and...
Who did I give that to?
You didn't give it to
various other rifles.
like Willie or
I am looking out for a Springfield.
William.
Anyone who's selling one.
Yeah, well, if you have 6K on you, you go right ahead.
Talk with Eli. I think he knows somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll give him a shout.
The Irish maybe selling one still. They talked to us before about one.
Is that the Irish camp up in Rhodes?
I believe so.
Yeah, they're quite friendly fellas. I've spoken to them.
Yeah, before I joined the Major, I did do quite well for myself in mining, so...
Well, I'm under the impression that to get a expensive gun like that and be willing to sell it, I assume they get guns like that all the time, and I really don't want to know where they get those things from.
That's my issue, is where did they get the Springfields from? Because I don't want to be treading on any toes.
I'm really confused.
So what's a volcanic like then? Because I've only really ever fired a navy.
Think of a Litchfield, but a handgun.
Oh right, so it packs a punch then.
Oh, the volcanic does, yeah.
How many bullets does it hold?
8.
Really?
Yeah, 2 hours I had mine, and I was robbed near Emerald, making my way back here to Strawberry. I was robbed again just near the lumberjack yard.
Yeah, Flo told me about that. You was robbed
Whip,
in
that's
the
it.
same
And
day.
then, as they saw that I had no pistol, I explained to them I'd been robbed. They cleared me out of absolutely everything on me. Bullets,
arseholes.
food, money, bandages, medical bags. They literally left me with a shirt on my back.
How scum of the earth aren't they, these people? You know, they've never worked a day in their life.
Strawberry, the first 2 people who robbed me of the pistol tried to rob me again. And it was, are you really taking the piss? I'm having a bad day here. You've already robbed me once. And then she turned around and said, well, here's my telegram number. If you want to buy the pistol back off me, just let me know.
That's just an insult, isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose I can see why Clementine went to the law, so she could, I suppose, legally fuck 'em up. Pardon my potty mouth.
Watch it, Rod. Watch it.
Yeah, I literally told her to shove the pistol where the sun doesn't shine. I'd prefer to buy a new one.
Who's to say that when you buy the pistol back, they rob you of it again?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, they
I
just
had,
do it straight away.
Last Navy I had was stolen, and they gave me a cattleman to compensate me.
That's no compensation.
I'm like, why? Like, just take this. Take that back. I don't want it.
You'd have more.
Pea shooter.
Yeah, you do more
favourite
damage
robbery
throwing
was,
the gun at something.
It was in broad daylight in Rhodes outside the telegram office. It was a gang who were trying to make a name for themselves called the Strays. They
I've
took
not
a
heard of
double
them.
action off me, said that's an insult, and threw it on the ground in front of me and rode off.
Wait, they took what off you, sorry?
A double action.
Yeah.
They said that's insulting, and they literally threw it on the ground, got on the horses and just rode off and left me. They're not bad pistols, though, really.
You know, I tried to not have like real bad relationships with criminals for this reason, so hopefully they won't rob me. But you know, sometimes they don't know how to keep their mouth shut. So like they tell me information that I have to go and report.
You know, I came across yesterday, I think it was Nadia who said afterwards. Nadia and Hal had a tip. And it was just so happened I was off duty coming into Strawberry and came across a fella on the road just as you cross the river, across the Dakota. First day in the crossing, and been attacked by the wolves. So I picked him up, brought him back here. But there was a gentleman there, and do you know straight away where someone just gives you the creeps?
Yeah, get a vibe off of them, don't you?
Yeah, and he said, "Did I just see you in Valentine?" I said, "Yeah, you did, but I got out of there quickly when I heard the gunshots going off." He said, "Yeah, that was me just having some fun with the locals." And that's when my heart sunk and thought, shit,
Yeah.
this isn't going to end well. And he said, which one of us is going to pick this guy up? I said, well, I can do it. I can get him back to Strawberry and get him sorted. I said, why, have you got training? Are you law or anything like that? No, nothing to do with the law. But apparently he came in Strawberry and he was just walking round in circles, being quite menacing.
What was his fella's name?
Didn't offer a name at all. He just, gave me a real bad vibe. And apparently been down to Blackwater as well. Raided the medical tent down there.
Scum, aren't they, these people?
Yeah, there was absolutely no way I was saying that it was a recruit or anything like that. Thankfully, at the time, I didn't have my poncho on. Because I was out on my own.
Mm-hmm.
It was the advice that Clem gave me as a recruit. Why put a target on your back for someone who might get themselves a half-decent gun?
I usually try to make as much of a nuisance, like my guns, I try to make them as much of a nuisance to carry around. Like I have my Telegram number etched, and I have, I've put like a label on my revolver saying it's Ranger Wade's.
Yeah, so that's what I've done with my rifles now. I've got my Telegram number and etched on all those. Hello there.
Oh, crime.
Yeah. So, literally, if anybody robs me, like, the most I'm going to say is, fine, but you're robbing a fellow who works for the state, the crossing. So you're going to get a worse fine if you get caught with my stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that bothers them, though, because, I've been robbed and I was wearing this.
The way I understand the gun market, the illegal gun market, from what I've kind of figured out, is that guns that are etched with, like, St. Cross Sheriff's Department or with the sheriff's name or deputy's name or whatever, if they want to sell it, it's going to be a much lower price than if it was clean.
Yeah, I always put my name.
But you do have those people who just want to use it.
Well, yeah, exactly. They got no intention of wanting to keep hold of it. They're just using it for like a job or something.
Yeah, using it until caught, should imagine.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what I've done with my rifles now. Make sure they're etched with my Telegram number.
Yeah,
like Wade said, labelled as well.
Yeah, I've got Ranger Rodney and my Telegram on my bolt action. But I only really get that out when I'm, going somewhere I know there's going to be bears.
Same, stays on my horse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if I'm out riding by myself, all my expensive guns are my horse. I just ride around with the state issue Lancaster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll do the same. Yeah, it's not a problem, then, is it? You know. Oh, you know, I always remember Quincy saying to me, "There's nothing that you have on your, like, in your possessions that's worth you losing your life over. So if you get robbed, just let them take it." Which, you know, it's hard. But yeah, I bumped into a fella that robbed me when I was rescuing someone.
Yeah, if someone robs you, you need to get as much information as possible.
Yeah, I know it was. I mean, the deputy was there. She was the one I was helping up, and he was in the alleyway. And I turned around to her and said, "This is the man that robbed me of my navy." But she was like terrified of him. But I sort of walked up to him and said, "Excuse me, sir. I've got people to save and people to help." And he stepped aside. You know, I had to contain myself from giving him a knuckle sandwich, but I didn't want to lose my job over it.
Yeah, before I joined the recruits as well, I was spent quite a bit of time in Valentine, and I was in the middle of a conversation with the guy there who runs the gun store, and he was speaking to Christine, Mama Christine, who runs the bathhouse.
I've not met her. I've heard of her, but I've not met her.
And she's been looking for a Mauser for quite some time, but 15,000 they were saying is the going rate. Could not believe it.
Well, this deputy that I picked up the other day, she was looking for a Mauser, because the clue, she was up on the roof apparently, and she told me that pigeons knocked her off. But I don't know what the full story is there, but I found her on the, you know, the bottom of the alleyway, in a heap.
Yeah, quite an expensive gun by the sounds of it.
Yeah, must be a real rare one. I mean, having something like that, you'd never want to get it out, would you? You'd be terrified of getting it nicked off you.
That's it. What would you actually do with it?
Yeah.
Keep it on your hip.
Yeah, I don't even like carrying my navy about, and it's only cost me $200.
Has anyone any idea what's going on in St. Denis right now?
I sent a telegram to Alfred to say, you know, does he want any more help down there? I've not heard back
Did
from
Alfred
him.
go down there?
Yeah, Alfred and Nathan.
He checked the core. Wait, did it say near water?
Just says
not near water, no,
Saint
but there's
Denis.
5 or so tips now.
Yeah, there's 5 tips. One of the tips has Law on it, and the other tips have Alfred and Nathan on it.
Okay.
2 of them
So-
are resolved now.
The only issue with us going down to help, or a couple of y'all, is at this point, it's going to be very dusty.
Yeah,
So it's going to be a wasted trip. I've done that once.
right, okay.
With Law already responding, 2 Rangers responding. I'm sure there's medics on scene too.
Yeah,
I'm sure maybe 1 Law's responding. I'm sure there's actually more than 1. It's just going to be real dusty. It's kind of no point to go down there. Unless one of them asked.
I looked at the paperwork too, and it's like they searched down near the whole city at this point.
Yeah, that's why I talked to Rodney about it, and he went telegram Walsh.
so I'm wondering if someone else has fallen off a roof trying to find this Mauser, and they don't know where they are.
They could be in the alleyways.
Yeah, well, that's what I found this deputy next to the doctor's office up the alleyway there.
I had, last time I was in San Denis looking for somebody, I had some people who lived there suggest that I go search the alleyways. So I went down an alleyway by myself, and I came back out, and the same group of people went down the alleyway. I don't think they saw me come out. I think they were trying to follow me in there.
Really?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I don't know if the law are out looking for someone specific tonight, but at least 6 of them rolled through town earlier, looking for somebody, asking if he'd been through town. It's Coyote and 5 others.
Yeah, I don't know who they were looking for.
No, they seemed quite hurry about it.
Yeah, they're quite urgent, weren't they? Honestly, it's been pissing it down all day. So glad we got a porch.
And lollipops.
Yeah.
And got to hear dynamite.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
Jesus, that.
Dynamite?
We rode into Blackwater to get the training done,
bank
and no
robbery.
sooner did we, bank robbery.
Honestly, the
Yeah,
whole
I've ran into
town
that
shook.
before.
That was. Sounded like an oil truck going off. That
Yeah.
was unbelievable.
Me and a former ranger, Keono, were going to stop by Valentine Medical. We were on a search and rescue. This is when I was in my gray. And we had just entered the town. We were going to go into town to see if anyone was brought in. And we just entered and heard an explosion. He's like, you know what? We want to turn around.
Yeah.
We're going to Valentine today.
You know what's interesting though, the fair difference the town makes. Bank robbery happens in bank robbery happens in Blackwater. They shoot everybody out of town, martial law, nobody come nearby. Meanwhile, I watched some folks strung to a bank in Valentine, the explosions happen, all the deputies come running out, and I just stood on the porch of the saloon drinking a coffee, watching the whole thing.
You always thought.
Some law don't really care as long as you're indoors.
The noise it made was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite loud. You gotta think they're blowing up a big metal door.
Yeah, true.
Inside a building.
That was one of the first search and rescues I went on with Hal. The rendezvous point was in Rhodes, and when we got there, he got a real bad feeling and said, right, we need to get out of here straight away. I said, what's going on? He said, well, look down the street. And there was an armoured wagon parked across the street. And he said, we need to get out of here very, very quickly. I think it was like literally my second search and rescue.
It's best not to hang around in those sort of situations. Like bullets might start flying and that.
Yeah.
I think I might go to bed soon. There's nothing happening.
I was thinking we could do a patrol, showing like a presence in a couple towns.
Yeah. I'm up for doing a patrol.
Sounds good.
Lucille's lame and isn't clocked in.
That's because I'm fixing to leave for a bit. I'll be back later though.
Alright. Sounds good. Let me add this stuff.
You boys have fun with that though.
Yeah, it's something to do.
Yeah.
I get it.
Be safe.
Stay safe, Lucille.
Yeah, take care.
So we'll go to Blackwater, and then Valentine, and then Rhodes.
Okay.
And then back up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
In that order, Blackwater, Valentine, Rhodes.
Yeah, it's kind of like Blackwater's right here, and then Valentine's kind of on the way to Rhodes.
Don't patrol too hard.
See you later.
See you, Lucille.
Let's do Blackwater to Manzanita, and then Manzanita to Valentine, Valentine to Emerald Station Tower, and then down the roads.
Yep.
So he's checking the telegram. along the way.
Good call.
Headache.
Ain't no worry. Interested folks about town just now.
All right. Waving at me over there. Who's that?
No clue. Good day to you.
Hello there.
How are you
How can we help
today?
you?
Not too bad. How are you?
Doing all right. Doing all right.
Good.
I wasn't really sure how to go about this. But I was looking to help my friend here. He was interested in becoming a ranger. I gave him Kat's telegram because she's a good friend of mine, but he hasn't heard back, so I figured I would just bring him up here.
She's not about at the moment. I know she's had a lot sort of going on.
How would someone go about becoming a ranger?
So what you're meant to do is telegram the state ranger with your intentions, and then that'll give the next steps. Here, let me see if I can find that telegram in the paperwork for you.
All right, yeah, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he, should telegram directly to Ranger, I think it is, or...
So Ranger's just the tip line. That would be anybody on duty will be seeing that. Truth be told, Kat could probably help you a bit better than any of us just now.
I can, is it both of y'all?
No, just Ash here.
Yeah, just me.
Give me a second, I can take the name and telegram number down and pass it on to, either the head ranger or one of the game wardens, or senior ranger.
Yeah, just, tell them why you want to be a ranger, really. Tell them a little bit
So what
about
was the name?
yourself, that sort of thing.
It's Ashley Porter.
What was the telegram?
Back in a sec.
Oh, okay, Rodney.
The deputies in the state.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good to know.
Oh, like the citizen registry?
The citizen registry.
Oh dear
Oh
Lord.
my god.
What is he doing? This.
Oh.
Lordy.
You may want to hang around for a moment.
Oh, okay. Hello again.
Hey, fella.
Got two people over here, or no, one person over here who's wanting to become a ranger. I took down their
Where has he come
Oh
from
my
with
God.
that?
He's got a thing about mules, hasn't he?
Yeah, he loves them.
Oh, is that what's his
The
name?
ass
Gentry?
division, you mean?
Yeah,
It's
Alfred.
Alfred.
That's it. That's
That's
it.
Alfred.
Alfred
That's it.
Walsh.
That's it.
Hey, how are you?
Howdy.
Yeah.
I'm okay. How are you?
So he should be able to give you more information, but that telegram will certainly.
Hello.
Can't take it
Senior
seriously
ranger,
now,
wait,
to be
have a
honest.
moment.
Okay.
Oh, that's all right.
Yes.
Nice to see
Yeah,
you.
this is our superior.
Oh, it's
Hey,
even
bro.
nicer to see you. Hello.
This is our superior, by the way.
Oh,
Riding in a donkey.
Not seen you for a while. How you been?
No, I'm okay.
That's not an entrance you can forget, that's for sure.
I still kind of have a cold right now, so. Been there to save my life a couple
What you doing on duty then? Or you just like
Just
taking
hanging
it
around
easy?
for now,
Yeah.
trying to figure out if we want to get on duty or not yet.
Yeah, it's quite a few of us.
Yeah, I've just given my.
Had my
sample for that
stabilisation
today, so
training
should hear
today.
back in a week or
That's
so if
good.
that's,
Yeah, it went really well.
Been accepted
It's,
on the register.
It's very
Oh, all right.
easy, actually. Kind of
Yeah.
simple.
It's sort of like, I suppose, common sense, ain't it?
Well,
Yeah.
three of us did
Yeah,
our,
it just has to be done,
stabilisation
so.
training
Yeah.
today, and all three of us.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm
Said we
a
were
bit
like
tired.
to,
I was about to go to bed, but I think we're about to
formally,
go on a
register for the
quite a big
donation,
patrol,
register for
just
that,
to
so,
have something to do. You
fingers
know?
crossed there may be 3
Yeah,
more of us
absolutely.
that can help you.
Is it going?
Okay. Yeah.
Alfred!
See what he brought back? That donkey.
Right, the entrance.
He's inquiring about.
You see it over there? Look.
Oh my god, it's so cute!
Yeah. Did you have any questions or?
He's got really big ears,
Don't
hasn't he?
show your ass to me, ass.
I know, he's buggering off.
Oh no. Okay, bye, donkey. Oh, okay. You're coming back? Can you make him line up, please?
Yeah. Can we keep him?
Yes, please.
Oh, you like that?
He's really cute. I need
Yeah.
to not.
I saw the donkey.
I'm gonna start breeding the mules for the recruits, not buying them.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I brought Ashley up here, Ash, because he was interested in becoming a ranger, and I knew Kat was one. Her and I are very good friends, but I didn't know what the extra steps were, or the best way to go about it. We were given Margaret Jones a telegram.
Yep.
Is that the best way to go about her with
Yes.
him inquiring, or?
That is the only way that you can apply. Is
Oh, okay.
Is to telegram Miss Jones and go from there. So they'll do a
Okay.
background check on you, and then they'll let us know whether you're approved for an interview, and then from there it's just then
Okay.
you work with us. But first steps have to go through it.
What is my horse doing?
All right. Yeah, that's good to know. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to confirm. Sorry, I'm a bit scatterbrained. I just woke up not that long ago.
It's
Well, I know a few of them, so I'll bring Coyote some coffee then if I have to, or Cameron for that matter. But anyways, all right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But all right, Ash. Looks like you've got a lot of paperwork to fill out.
It seems that way, yeah.
All right. Well, I promise not to get injured or crash into a fence again this time, or get eaten by cougars.
Thank you.
So,
Appreciate it.
Yep, of course.
Well, I
And,
can promise we'll do our best if you do to come find you.
Hey, yep.
Most definitely.
Oh!
Well,
That's gotta hurt.
So we're not getting kicked. All right. Well, I'm not here.
Valentine Depot Tower, and Tower to Rhodes to Lemoyne Tower. So we're going to be stopping at different towers to check the tip lines.
Okay. I'd recommend staying away from Saint Denis. It's very, very dusty.
Yeah, we weren't going to go to Saint Denis.
Yeah. All right. Then you go ahead.
I don't go there unless I have to.
Alfred,
Yes.
Hal scared the life out of me yesterday and said that I should speak to you about trials at some point.
Yes. We should get you done in a trial. Trials are basically 2 hours, so if you've got a day that you've got 2 hours that you want to set aside for that, we can schedule it. I just need to know a little bit of time out so that I can get the supplies from Deuce.
Okay. Would it be easier for you to telegram me with some preferences of days and times, and I can work around your schedule?
No, I want to work with yours.
Okay.
Because I'm really, really flexible, so you just let me know when, and I can do it.
Okay. So obviously, there's going to be snow patrols tomorrow and Sunday, I believe. Is it one Saturday and Sunday? Or
I think it's just Saturday.
What time's the one tomorrow?
I think it's 5 p.m. local, is it?
And we've got the meeting tomorrow as well.
At 8, yeah.
What time's the meeting? Because I may struggle for that.
It's quite late.
It's 8 New York time. We're meeting at Strawberry Stables.
Yeah, if someone could take notes and pass those on, that would be appreciated. I think that would be a bit of a struggle, that one.
Yeah.
Okay, Alfred, what I'll do is I'll telegram you some, probably for during the week next week, if things are going to be a little bit busy, and we'll look to see what we can do.
Yeah,
Scheduled
sounds
snow
good.
patrols are the 13th and the 20th, both at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah,
So that's this Saturday and the next.
Yeah, just let me know if you've got 2 hours to set aside. I'll be happy to do one for you. Just make sure that it's a time when you're awake, because you're gonna want to be like properly awake for it.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I'll telegram you some details of preferred days and times, and we can go from there.
Yeah, sounds good.
Excellent.
So sounds for going on patrol.
Yeah, I'm up for it.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Hey, I'll come with the first 2 days at least.
Alright. You excited to put your name on it. I thought you were already going. Alright. Mount up.
Okay.
See you later, Alfred.
Yeah. Be good. Be safe, guys.
Yeah, and you too.
Hi, you as well.
Sally, you want to lead us to Blackwater?
I certainly can. How many? 4 of us?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a 1, 2, 1.
I'll take rear.
Radio.
Okay, so we can pick up there.
Yeah.
took us the wrong way straight away.
That's all right.
Okay.
The very first thing Tim taught me my first day as a recruit, there is no wrong way, just the scenic route.
We've gone the scenic route, we're gonna...
All roads lead to Rome, as they say.
Hi, true enough.
We're gonna take a left.
Taking a left.
Taking a left.
Rider ahead.
Right up.
Besides, if you're up for it, I'll actually have you lead us to all the locations.
Okay.
If there's a location you don't necessarily know how to get to, just let me know. One of us will take over to that location.
Taking a left.
Take a left.
Heard. Watch for wolves through here.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Aye, very well.
Are we doing all the cougar dens as well on this patrol?
We'll hit the, we'll just hit the character one on the way to Manson.
What's this fella?
Watch for that rider, he's beating up real quick.
Rider coming up through the rear?
The other rider. We'll go to the, we'll check on the cougar at Kerrigan's on the way to Manzanita from here.
Okay.
Yep, we're just gonna kinda...
Good day to you, folks.
Howdy.
We go straight to Blackwater and check in Kerrigan's afterwards.
Yes.
Just go
We're gonna kinda do a ride, we're gonna do a ride through Blackwater. And then we'll go past Kerrigan's on the way to Manzanita.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Let's slow up once we get to Blackwater, just kinda trot through. Check in on, see if there's any law in town, see if they need anything.
Okay. Weapons away if you got them out.
This guy is just following us.
Weapons away. Rider coming up, Rider coming through the rear.
Very strange.
Riders ahead.
Riders ahead. Good day to you, folks.
Hello there.
Way down towards the law office first. Do you want us to go?
Yeah, straight down, I think.
Yeah. So nice and easy through town.
We're not really doing anything specific, we're just showing a presence.
Yeah. We lead the
If there's
way.
if there's any law in the office, we'll see if they need anything. If not, we'll continue on.
Just keep your eye on the wagon.
Heard. Got a few low.
Slow into a stop.
Yeah, say a quick hello, yeah.
Yeah. Howdy, is there any law inside? To the Saints Cross and Ranger Corps. Just checking to see if y'all need anything.
Go from the Rangers, you folks need anything? I'll take that as a no. You seem to be bit preoccupied with something.
Well, that explosion we heard, they bit of luck they might have caught the ruffians and got them banged up and processing them, maybe.
Yeah, we'll move on. Freaking horse.
Hey, on to Manzanita.
You know how to get to Manzanita.
took the initiative of setting markers out for all the...
Watch this wagon coming up the road here to our left.
Yeah. Pretty much to get to Manzanita, you just take the road past Kerrigan's and keep on going until your first left.
Yeah. So we'd check Kerrigan's first.
Yep.
And we'll look out for that cougar.
Yeah, we'll just kind of slowly ride through. We'll like pass it, but we'll kind of slow down as we're passing it to see if there's a cougar around.
Okay, that makes sense.
These doctors up ahead.
Yeah, medical looks busy.
Oh, you know what? I think Blackburn might be a bit dusty now.
That's true. Could be. Alright, let's just go. It might be dusty.
Okay, there is a rider ahead. Just...
Bird.
Right here ahead.
There was. Yeah, I think we've got a dust issue here. You can pick up.
Picking it up.
Picking up.
Straight ahead.
Bird.
See, what cued me into the dust is the ventriloquist actor on Colin.
What'd you say, Crane?
Impressive. I said the thing that's cued me into the dust is the ventriloquism actor on Colin.
Oh, right.
It seems like each of your voices are coming out each other's mouths.
Oh.
Right here.
Taking a ride.
Heard.
Alright. Let's slow up and see what it's about.
Slowing it up.
Slow up here to a stop.
Heard.
Have a look for this cougar.
Alright, well, you all ready to shoot at it if it comes out?
Certainly am.
Then let's see what's out to play.
I can't see nothing along the fence line.
Alright. It's usually in the trees over here. Let's just chase something.
It's very quiet.
I just said the word.
That's boring.
I know.
Where's a blackbird though?
Back in our 121 to Manzanita.
121.
121.
One there to the right.
Yeah.
Blackbird. That's one out for Ridges for one for tall trees. Snake in the left there.
I bet you didn't think that was a black tail ground.
Way to the left.
Taking a left.
Taking a left.
Are we stopping off at Manzanita, checking
Yeah.
tip line?
Yep.
I might as well.
Then on to Valentine. Stop here and check tips. Nothing's there. We'll go to Valentine.
Slowing down.
No, now
Watch
on the
the how
stop.
it goes.
Mind the dogs.
My first question was that a husky?
Yeah, there's two huskies here.
Oh my lord.
You gonna go check it, Crane?
I gotta go check it. Anybody need supplies while we're here?
What is it?
Does anybody need supplies while we're here?
No, I'm good.
Nothing, no.
Alright, on to Valentine then.
On the Valentine.
What is spooking my horse around here?
Just so you know, Silas, having you lead, I'm not really watching the routes you take. I'm just watching your ability to lead. So if you have to use your map, you go for it.
Okay.
I'm more so watching your leadership skills.
Okay, appreciate it.
So don't stress about trying to figure out where things are.
Okay, right. So
I didn't have a clue where things were when I was a recruit.
Navigation will come with time.
Yeah.
yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, on to Valentine we go. Still staying at 121.
121 heard.
And Valentine 121.
Watch out for the dog.
Rider ahead.
Rider.
I guess the other dog. Go on ahead. They're picking up.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
To the right.
Taking the right.
Okay, just watch out for the cougar just in case he's come back.
I was gonna say, watch the cat be optimally now.
Okay, eyes peeled for the cougar just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Silence, are you making the snow patrol tomorrow?
I am, yes.
Alright, good.
You're going to go straight
stabilization today, right?
Yeah.
That was done tonight, yeah. That's all sorted. Let's take a left here.
Taking a left.
Taking a left.
What's the rider?
This is rider.
Making the rider. Good idea, sir.
Going across to the left.
Bird.
Oh, sorry, just through here.
Cutting down.
Cutting back on ourselves to the right.
Cutting back to the right.
Bird, I hear a horse to the right, so be wary.
Be aware of a rider.
And just watch out in case there's wolves.
Watch out for wolves.
Bird. Rider hurts further up the cliff.
To your left.
Sharp left.
Sharp left.
Bird. Usually there's you'd want to do single power stagger so we all avoid this stuff.
Okay.
Hey, just went to the emergency room. It's better to have us a bit more spread out than have us all fighting over space out of narrow paths.
Okay. Keep heading to your right.
Bird.
Good to the right.
Taking a left.
And take a right over the river. There is a rider on the river.
Taking the right over
Taking
the river.
the right.
The rider. Scene rider.
What did you, sir?
Got somebody up on boards.
We'll take a left here.
Heard.
Taking a left.
Taking a right.
Taking a right.
Right, heard.
Wagon ahead.
Wagon front.
Same thing with Valentine. Once we get there, we'll just stroll through town, see if there's any laws, see if they need anything.
Okay.
And then we'll move on to Emerald Tower.
Understood.
What's this rider?
Rider front.
Sorry, just follow the track.
Following the track.
Following the track.
What's the wagon to our right?
Now, I don't know if that's a dog thing following the tracks like that, but it just said a lot of going back and forth.
That's not that big of a deal.
Sometimes you have to take the shortest routes.
The only time I don't recommend taking tracks is across parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly.
Especially when the trains are running.
Okay, we'll cross over and over town when we reach the telegraph office. Weapons away.
Weapons away. Slowing up for town.
So line up for town.
We'll take a right and straight up to the sheriff's office.
Taking a right straight to the sheriff.
Taking a right.
Rider.
Seen the rider.
Rider scene.
Another rider coming down.
Riders, yeah. Sheriff looks quiet.
Yeah.
We can circle through if you want.
Valentine in general looks quiet.
Maybe everybody's in
So-
Blackwater today.
Yeah, we can circle through if you want. Or we can turn
Circle
around here.
through and over towards Emerald, did you say?
Emerald Tower. Do you know where it is?
Um,
If not, I'll take over for that extent. I'll show you.
yeah, I can get us to the ranch if you. Or do you want to just take over to the
Well,
tower?
truth be told, do you know how to get to Emerald Station?
I do.
You can see the tower from the station.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, get us
Yep.
there and you'll
Yeah,
be able to
let's do
see it, I reckon.
Okay, we'll go down the main road, turn left at the
Yeah.
stables.
Learn by doing. I swear, I walked. My horse goes 5 steps into this town. It's already
Oh
filthy.
no, they're all covered in shit. Pardon my potty mouth.
Good evening, sir.
Valentine has been a ghost town for
It has.
So.
It really has.
When I first came to the crossing, this all I used to hang around was Valentine.
So we'll take a left here, back down towards the telegram office.
Hard. Valentine's. I used to work out of Valentine.
Oh, right.
Kind of.
Pick up
I'll
the
just play
little
music. I heard. I played music in the. I play guitar in the saloon, and they'll be paying me for it occasionally if the owner was in.
Oh, right. Was that when George was running it?
Maybe this was like 4 months back.
Yeah, it might have
Or
been
so.
then. Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, George was about then. I think
There's
he...
a real nice lady. There's a real
Wagon behind you there, Wade.
Oh God. There's a real nice lady that worked in it, Kylie.
Oh, yeah, she's got an amazing voice.
Wagons following, so just keep your eye out.
Yeah, should we just let this pass?
Yeah. Is it going straight?
Of course it is.
Yeah, the wagon path will go straight over the tracks. We can pick up and pass this wagon.
Yeah, let's do that.
Picking up to pass the wagon. Good day, sir.
Still got 4 riders with us.
You're all accounted for. Keep it right.
Okay, we're looking clear, so we can pick up here through the barricades. There is a rider just quite a bit ahead.
Picking it up. There is a rider ahead.
Right in front, heard. There you go.
Another rider ahead.
Was that that fellow with the medical bucket he was talking about? Very nice side, as you can almost kind of see it. You look dead east, you see the tower up on the hill there?
Just check the silhouette of it. Right at the very top.
Oh, yes.
Your rail tower.
Okay, we can pick up here a little bit.
Okay, picking it up. Oh, sorry.
You're good, Rodney. Cut left. Behind the divot.
Find the divot here.
Behind the graveyard.
Yeah, just watch out for the traps. No trains running. Head back on the trail and take a left here.
Taking a left.
Taking a left.
Heard.
Rider ahead.
Rider ahead.
Straight over towards the tower.
Straight over.
Heard.
Slowing to a stop.
Great. Back in the Emerald Tower.
So, just so I know, with regards to getting off the main road and shortcuts like that, is that okay as long as you give people notice that you're doing it?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you've got to get there fast, so you have to like cut across country.
It made no sense to follow the path and when we could just go in a safe straight line, knowing the area, no predators, no real issues in the way.
The only thing that I tell people as far as taking shortcuts, if you're going to be confident in a shortcut you're going to take us on, I'm going to be confident that my life's not going to be a risk taking it.
Right, so it's a known shortcut, not just a silas shortcut.
Precisely.
You don't want to run us off a cliff, basically.
Yeah. So it's one that most of us would use in a situation.
To put it simply, don't take a shortcut that might be treacherous for a big group of people, like 4.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. All this feedback helps and makes decisions a lot easier. Does anyone need to check in on anything whilst we're here?
Someone checked the tip line already?
I checked, nothing, no.
Alright. Nope, I think we're good.
You want to brush your horses or anything? Feed your horses?
Yeah, it's raining now. I can feed myself.
Yeah, I just had to have something to eat and drink.
That's a good show. I just need a quick drink.
We got somebody on the tower.
Oh, yeah.
Howdy.
I'm sleeping up there.
Hal, you gotta stop changing outfits, I swear to God.
I like to have multiple things to wear. Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, all these outfits are really starting to confuse me.
Look,
I can tell with the
you
red,
all
I can tell with
never
the red
change. Is that what it
shoes.
is? You'll sit and sleep and then come back and not wash them or anything.
Wash them. Forgetting washing out.
What do you wear when you wash it? You have one thing you guys wear. Just wash it naked.
I usually just try to have one defining article of clothing.
I don't know what you want from me. How dare I accessorize from time to time?
Consistency, consistency is what we want from you.
How dare you take care
You've seen my blue shirt, haven't you? I do have another set of clothes.
Yeah, I'm glad you have one other article of clothing.
Yeah, well, there is my cowboy outfit, what I come to the crossing in. Have you seen that?
I have an outfit that I used to go mining in. That's about it.
I'll have to show you that. You like that?
All right. I'm excited to see it, Rodney.
Yeah.
You go off somewhere, or just?
We're doing a patrol through towns and stuff. We're going to stop at roads and then finish off the Lemoyne Tower. We're just kind of.
Can I get a rise with roads?
Sure.
Oh, I gotta pick a favorite. All right. That was.
Yes. Silas.
Okay, so we're gonna go back down the hill we came, get back onto the road from there.
Alrighty.
Okay, same again. 1, 2, 1.
Heard.
1.
Okay, just watch out for the trees and ride ahead.
Call this now.
What is that?
Call this a new time. Walk down the emerald.
Yeah, we're just kind of killing time.
Okay, straight ahead on the road now.
Straight ahead on the road.
Yeah, that's already happened today. Silas and Lucille got theirs done. At least I don't know who else went.
Head left.
Taking a left. Taking a right. Taking a right. Taking a left.
Keep in left. Heard. This is nice. I'm about to do shit.
It's a bit strange being in the back of the group. Last, few search and rescues, I'm always leading.
No, that's usually
Keep following to the left.
Keep following to the left.
And left again.
Keep in left. Heard. Is Alfred around?
He was.
If you'll see him, make fun of him for falling in the snow and search and rescue, I'm gonna come pick his ass up. Walking ahead.
Wagon ahead.
Heard.
We're going to be taking it right.
Taking a right.
Of course, I just want you to completely stop.
Turn right.
Yeah, we've been trying to stop and talk to Paul, see if they need anything. There was one group in Blackwater and they ignored us, so we left.
Right, makes sense.
It might actually have been a little dusty. Not sure.
To the right.
Taking a right.
Possible.
Watch for panthers through here.
Watching for panthers.
Watching for panthers.
Left here.
Taking a left.
Rider ahead.
Rider ahead.
Rider ahead.
I thought that was a tree stump, but I see now.
I just turned off so we're going straight on.
Going straight on.
Straight on.
House over here getting the luxury treatment.
This is nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I walked a ton today, so this is nice. I'm
To your left.
Keep it there.
Keeping left.
One's going today. Fun. It's kind of a surprise.
I wouldn't mind going to Alfred. Would you go with Alfred?
Nadia.
Yeah, Nadia, you're saying you had a nice time.
And take it right here.
That's good.
Keep right.
Taking a right.
Heard.
Yeah, she's a very nice lady. You're both very well suited for each other.
Thank you, Rodney. I would agree.
Keep to your left.
Keep it left. And let's put our guns away now.
Weapons away.
I never had my gun. I was trusting y'all.
We're just going to slow to a stop here first.
Slow into a stop.
Slowing to a stop.
It's just highlighting on what you said earlier, Wade, on the confidence with the navigation. Because I followed the map there and I shouldn't have done because I could have got us here a lot quicker.
Hey, I mean, listen, if you are confident, if you are confident in your route, you take it.
Yeah.
I don't particularly care what route you take as long as you get us here.
As long as you get here safe. Yeah. Okay, so we'll head nice and steady into town, take a left up to the sheriff's office.
Heard.
I'm gonna hop off and check my telegrams. But,
yeah.
It's nice to see you all. Stay safe. You have a good day, Hal.
Have a good day, Hal.
See you soon.
I'm sure I will. Hopefully.
Just let this fella come through. What's he doing? Go on in, sir. You can go ahead.
Pass through.
Hello there.
Howdy there.
Hello, you alright?
Perfectly fine. Are you guys all right?
Howdy there.
Yeah, just doing a patrol, seeing if you need anything.
We're okay for now, but thank you. You guys need anything?
I think we're good, really.
No,
Okay.
we're just
Alright, you guys be safe then, all right?
Yeah.
How you guys
Yeah.
are, man?
You too.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Stay
just around
safe.
here seeing if anybody needs anything.
Hello there.
The nurse. Howdy.
Howdy, y'all.
The nurse double checked.
Howdy.
There's no money left.
Seem busy. We'll just move on.
Yeah. Feel like I don't want to disturb them.
Hey. Great saying this. Do you know where the Lemoyne Tower is?
Yes. I know I've got one for a derelict church and it's going to be behind there.
Alright, if you're confident with this, then do that. I will say no is a correct answer. You can always say no.
I'm not 100% confident that I will get those there without. I know it's the old battlefield. There is a derelict church. The way I've been taught is if you can see the church, it's behind there.
Behind the church.
Let me just double check.
If you can get to that church, you can get to the tower.
And there is a panther around there as well, so we have to be careful.
Oh, pressure's on now. Okay.
Don't worry, we've all been in your position where we feel like our heads are going to pop.
Wagon to the left.
Wagon to the left.
That's behind us. We should be fine though.
Take a right.
Taking a right.
Turn the right.
Make sure you're yelling. Sound
Make
us.
sure you're silence.
Yeah, change it.
There you go.
You're fine.
Right, probably got a little bit dusty.
Okay, we're
Go on,
going
Liam.
off to the left here.
Yeah. So far, so good.
So, yeah, as you all know, just keep your eye out for panther.
Watch out for a bayonet stuck in a tree.
Bayonet.
Coming up on the left.
Oh yeah, I've never noticed that before.
Neither did I until I hit it.
Oh, you hit that? Oh shit.
Yeah. Thought it was a stick.
Yeah.
See, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, the other time I came in from the other way.
So the panther's going to be down that way. So as long as we don't go down that way, we should be fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Isn't it near some like wagons or tents or something, isn't it? Yeah, by the wagons, I think.
Yeah, I've been picking herbs down here with Flo in the past and hummingbird sage down there, but it is right in panther territory.
Yeah, me and Dickie took her down there as well, looking for herbs.
Yeah, there's also, I've told her, if you go directly south from Braithwaite, you'll come across a cabin quite down close to the coast, which has the same hummingbird sage, which is a much safer spot for her.
Yeah. I mean, if she sort of like just could wait for when me and Dickie are about,
Exactly.
then
That's
you
the
know,
patience.
yeah. But she likes to, you know, she's independent, isn't she? She wants to go off and do stuff. So
That's it.
I assume it was quiet. Ah, shoot.
Hi, quiet night, nothing on the tip line.
Silas, do you want a break? I can lead us back to Strawberry if you want a break.
Oh, that'd be perfect if you. Can I just use the
we
outhouse?
said it!
No, I just want to use the outhouse whilst we're here, though.
Go ahead quickly. The bell's ringing. God, I should have said it.
No.
jinxed it.
That is.
Aye, it is.
Shit, I need to use the outhouse.
It's alright. You got time.
Sounds like Meadow Scouts are better.
Got to ride it up yet. So yeah, take. If you need to have a leak, have a little tinkle.
No, they're going to get that before you get there. Just on duty.
Alfred, and Oh, right, we have that yet.
By the time we get there, they would have already have it bound.
I would very much be able to pass through Strawberry to get back there anyway. Alright, if you need to use a bathroom now is a good time though, Silas. It's another northern tall trees and Rockwell and Delford are already out that way, so I'll probably find the blood before we get back that way, regardless.
I think he's in his own thoughts at the minute.
Aye, it seems that way.
It's all good. Peed off the side of my house.
Yeah, he's so good. He was silent.
Have we got a ship coming then?
It's North Tall Trees, Walsh, and Rockwell, probably up that way. At least Walsh is. They'll have it found by the time we get there.
Oh,
We'll just go to Strawberry.
I'll be
Worst
going
case
to.
scenario, we'll go to Strawberry. No one's responded to it, and we'll just go out that way.
Okay.
Alright,
Picking it up.
Picking up bird.
The bayonet. Ooh, you almost did it.
Watch for the bayonet.
Let's cut to the left here. Get back
Take the left.
Left.
Bloody snake.
We'll go down the hill here with the tracks.
Going back up.
Back up.
Sorry. We'll just keep staying down here. Let's get to the right. Trail.
Taking a right.
Right.
Back on the track.
Back on the road.
Left.
Taking a left.
Take the left.
Taking a left.
Take a right.
Taking a right.
Should be able to go through. Just watch the barricades.
I think the barricades are open.
Let's go left along the tracks.
Left along the
Left on
tracks.
Stay along. We're going to drop down here. Oh, careful, careful. Actually, let's go left and stay on the trail. Forget that.
Left on the track.
Bad idea, bad idea.
I used to live in Rhodes. I used to come this way every day to Strawberry to come to work. Along this bit here is where I got
Stay
robbed.
straight.
You what?
Yeah, I usually, I'll stay straight. I usually go along the coast. I get from Strawberry to here, vice versa.
Yeah.
Left.
I left.
Keep it back.
We're gonna cross the river underneath the bridge. We're actually gonna pass underneath it and go across. Stay left.
Staying left.
Keep it there.
Rider up ahead.
Right up ahead.
Rider ahead.
Going the same direction as us.
Pretty foggy tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna be calling a left here soon. I can kind of, if I can tell where it is now, it's so foggy. Alright, oh, rider.
Right up.
Rider, right on us.
Alright. Alright. Yeah. Alright, down this way. Get behind the hills, I tell you.
He come out of nowhere, didn't he?
Yeah. Let's go left. Why not? Let's be adventuresome.
Left.
Watch out for wolves.
Watch out for roads.
Watch out for wolves, heard.
Let's go ahead and cut to the right here. Cut through.
On the right here, cutting through.
We're gonna follow the tracks up until we're past Riggs and take a left.
Following the tracks up to Riggs and then taking a left.
Follow the tracks to Riggs, then take a left.
Take a left after Riggs.
Taking a left.
Take a left here.
Taking a right.
Taking it right.
Taking it right.
See, Silas, I didn't use my map there, and I didn't know every single turn to take, but I knew general direction I needed to go left. But whenever I was in my gray, Silas, I had to use my map for everything.
Yeah.
The more you go out and ride, the better your navigation will become.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just need to have a little bit more confidence in myself that I know where to
Slow
go.
down a bit. Slow down for town.
Slide down to town.
Slow down to
Slow if you haven't already.
Honestly, Silas, don't worry, we've all been there.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
I'm less concerned about navigating without a map as much as I am call-outs and leadership skills.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I'm gonna head off to bed, I think.
But you're safe.
Yeah, you too. Good night, everybody. Yeah, good night to you. Take care.
Night, Rodney.
Yeah.
Safe travels. I
Good
know it's
night.
only a short trip, but take care.
Yeah, I will do. You take care. You're doing great, by the way. Keep it up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See you soon.
Sometimes late when things are real and people share the gift of gab between themselves. Some are quick to take the bait and catch the perfect prize that waits among the shells. But Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And cause never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad. So please believe in me when I say I'm spinning round, 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 round. Smoke, glass, stain, bright color, image going down, 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 down. Soap, green like a oh, Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And cause never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad. So please believe in me when I say I'm spinning round, 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 round. Smoke, glass, stain, bright color, image going down, 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 down. So green like Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And cause never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad.